Hi guys, and welcome to the Together is Better studio live stream. We are so happy that you're joining us for this very special event, and we want to thank each and every one of you for your presence and for showing up tonight as part of our worldwide tribe.
We've got an absolutely packed programme for you, including interviews, podcasts, catwalk shows, short films, and so much more. And we'll also be keeping you updated on all of the incredible artists playing on our 3 virtual stages.
That is right. We have got a full musical programme for you. So whether you feel like chilling, dancing, or full-on raving, we have got something for you. From folk and medicine music to psychedelic trance, techno, drum and bass, African roots, and so much more. We are here to deliver a truly eclectic and global music experience.
We'll be talking to some refugee ambassadors about their personal stories, as well as representatives from the amazing charities Care for Calais and Choose Love. And you'll also be hearing from me about the Worldwide Tribe and the work that we do all around the world to support refugees.
As you know, proceeds from Together is Better go to Worldwide Tribe and Choose Love. However, if you are inspired to hit the donate button at any point, you are more than welcome to.
Absolutely. We've got an incredible also Jeans for Refugees gallery where you can browse and shop 60 pairs of celebrity donated jeans for refugees, all hand painted by Johny.
Yes, they are absolutely amazing. So definitely go check them out at some point tonight and find your favourites, which might be a challenge since they're all gorgeous, but we want you to try.
Absolutely. And otherwise, we will be with you every step of the way. We are here to introduce the amazing musical talents who are playing for us tonight. It's an incredible lineup of artists who are not only passionate about music, but also about applying their art to create positive change. So we're really excited to be welcoming them to Together is Better, to play their passion and to ignite your inspiration this evening. First up, let's start with a short film to give us an insight into why we're all here.
I mean, wow, they are some serious numbers in that. It's a very good reason we're here supporting these causes. Next up, another short film with a very strong message.
I'm not living without you. This could be our one chance. We'll send a postcard when we're through. We'll get there together. We'll get there together. I'll meet you at the starting line. Don't you ever leave my side. We'll get there together. We'll get there together. If it takes all day or night, hand in hand we'll both arrive. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. You wanna see the sunrise, starry nights and endless seas. We're writing our own story. Let's go and make this what it's meant to be. Let's scream it out. Let's go and make this what it's meant to be. We'll get there together. We'll get there together. I'll meet you at the starting line. Don't you ever leave my side. We'll get there together. We'll get there together. If it takes all day or night, hand in hand we'll both arrive. Do you feel your heartbeat? Do you feel the warmth beneath your feet? 'Cause you're standing next to me. Do you feel your heartbeat? Do you feel the warmth beneath your feet? 'Cause you're standing next to me. Yeah. 'Cause you're standing next to me. Oh, we'll get there together. We'll get there together. I'll meet you at the starting line. Don't you ever leave my side. We'll get there together. We'll get there together. If it takes all day or night, hand in hand we'll both arrive. Yeah, hand in hand we'll both arrive. Hand in hand we'll both arrive.
Wow, another really powerful message and a good reminder as to why we're all here. Next, you'll be joining us on the sofa to hear a little bit more about Steph and dance culture. Steph, tell me about dance culture. What inspired you to start this?
So I've been very much around dance music my entire life. My dad is a DJ, so I grew up around him, and I grew up really around the very sort of, I guess, almost like the innocent side of the dance floor, how beautiful it is to have the coming together of people celebrating life, connecting with one another, and being free to sort of express how they're feeling, through dance and with music, and just having the best time.
So tell me about what it is.
So it is a platform for the dance floor community as well as the industry to sort of come together and be less industry and more community, more sort of grassroots. I do this, you do that, how can we collab, as opposed to who knows who in industry, if you sort of see what I mean.
Yeah, I love that. And what do you think that you love the most about dance culture?
I really, really appreciate the coming together of people and the ideas and the ideals and the collabs and the connections that people make on dance floors. Like me personally, some of my best friends, some of my best opportunities, some of my best, like brainstorm moments have been because I've met someone on a dance floor in various different places all over the world. And I think it's just such a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Let's expand on that. Let's talk a little bit about how what you do leads to positive action, and those connections that people are making on dance floors leads to positive change.
Like I sort of said, on the dance floors, you're really meeting like-minded people. The dance floors cross the complete socioeconomic diversity. So you could have a lawyer one side, you could have a struggling creative the other side. And because you're all there with the same sort of ethos and connection and reason, then it just kind of spirals out and fractalizes and allows all of this positive positivity and positive ideas to come about.
Can you identify for us some of the physical and psychological benefits of time spent on the dance floor?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, physically, if you go to a dance floor and you're into the music, you're going to be there for hours and hours and hours. Physically, it's fantastic exercise, really. And it's not just exercise for the body, it's exercise for the mind and the spirit as well. Like, the idea of active meditation is something I've been sort of studying into recently. And if you can get into a relatively meditative state whilst dancing, it's incredibly healthy for the body to process and release. It's great for mental health. And on the other side as well, dance and music has been around since humans have known what dance and music is. It's really innate within our cultures, within our civilizations, within race, within religion, within culture, throughout history, throughout the globe. And I think there's something really special about being on a dance floor, being liberated, being accepted, how you want to express. And naturally, things will process and things will release in a really positive way. It can almost be like a therapy for some people.
Well, I definitely recognise for me how much it can change my state, you know. Feeling low, have a little dance, it does make a world of difference. So activism through art is obviously a big theme for us at this event. Why do you think that art and music do have such power to change people's perspectives or behaviour?
What I love about art and music is it's an individual's message, it's an individual's belief, it's an individual's energy, which is being expressed through a modality that people, they might not be aware that when they're listening to a piece of music, it's got this particular message or this particular whatever, but there's almost this like subconscious energy exchange where you'll feel something. And it's those kind of feelings which can really change perceptions, change minds, like, and again, create positivity to move on to all sorts of amazing projects.
How have you been affected by COVID and by the pandemic? Tell us about your lockdown parties and what that's been like.
Yeah, okay, so generally speaking, with the community of dance culture, even just the London base, like people will go to dance floors pretty much religiously every weekend, seeing their friends, and it's really connective, engage. You know, we've had a stressful week at work. What are we going to do? Saturday night, there's something on. Let's go, release, communicate, connect, engage, and, you know, enjoy. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, when lockdown started becoming a reality, I was sat there going, oh, hold on a minute. We're in a pandemic full of fear, and there's nowhere for even, you know, the general dance floor community to go and release. So hold on a minute, how can I solutionize this? And I sort of sat there and kind of figured out the idea of doing an online party. Not just a live stream like you'd find on Facebook or YouTube or Twitch, because they're there. They have been there for ages. That's not really a party environment. And I kind of put a message out to the community and was like, you know, guys, how would you think about an online party? And the feedback was amazing. That was one of the most popular posts I ever posted. So then I went away and squirreled away and started designing this platform with like multiple stages and, well, as you guys are experiencing right now, and ran round random companies to try and figure out the tech of how to go about to do this. And we got really lucky with our tech company, and they really loved our project, and they were like, well, we'll sponsor you. And it was like, awesome. So then, yeah, we created these online parties where we had the 5 stages, we had a live VJ, there's a chat room, there's a Zoom, so people could get it as interactive as they wanted or be as passive as they wanted. And it was really, really successful. We were hitting thousands of people across 65 countries, was the biggest I counted, which blew my mind entirely. And people have made like friends as well. People have actually made international friends through this, where they're really excited to go visit people. And in the kind of interim where we were less locked down, I had people coming up to me randomly in the street when I was more around central London going, oh my God, you know, that saved me, in the sense that I was isolated, I was alone, I was spiraling in these deep, dark depressions. And that Saturday night boost reminded me of the power of dance, the power of connection, you know, connecting with people on my level. And it really, it had a very, very, very positive impact, which completely blows my mind, but is amazing.
It's beautiful. What do you think is most important for us as a community moving forward?
I think that with regards to the dance community, people kind of forget that it's like a lot of people, when they think of people that go out or the media, it's young people. It's not young people. My oldest friend on a dance floor is 88 years old. And I'm sure people under the age of 18 would try and sneak onto dance floors if they could. But, you know, you've got a huge, huge range of people. And having worked in the music industry with all sorts of different parts of the music industry, there's a lot of turnover. And it's kind of all very hush-hush. But I feel like I've seen both sides, you know, kind of growing up with my dad as a DJ, working with some of the biggest DJs in the world, and now actually coming down and being, you know, equal with the dancer and going, hold on a minute, if we took what we feel on the dance floor and the money that we're putting into these things, which is just going in people's pockets, the kind of positive change with organisations such as Worldwide Tribe, Choose Love, I mean, the list is endless, how much change and positivity that could actually have in the world. I think, like, I mean, we're baby steps on this, but as I'm thinking about it more and more, like, we could have a really, really positive impact through the power of dance and music.
I love that. And you kind of answered my last question, which is, how do you feel what people experience on a dance floor affects them after the party or after the dance floor is over?
Yeah, when you go to a good dance, like for me, the difference between all right dance floor and a fantastic dance floor is that a fantastic dance floor, you could stop for a minute and you can look around and you can see everybody is expressing themselves how they want. No one's feeling judged. Everybody's completely liberated. You've got all races, all cultures, all sexual orientations, all people just having the best time together, interacting with each other and creating this beautiful energy. And if you go to one of these fantastic dance floors, or, you know, one of those, and you're sober enough to remember it, you kind of go through your next week going, wow, that was so good. I want that again. And you get this sort of craving for that feeling and that sensation. And it does build community through that. And from that, you can then take this community and go and do litter picking or other more local projects. And again, you know, like potentially much bigger projects as well.
That sense of being part of something, that sense of belonging.
Sense of belonging and sense of, like, it's different in the sense that, you know, you could be Buddhist, you could be Jewish, you could have, you know, whatever patterns you follow innately from where you've been brought up or culturally or whatever, but everybody's there from all over wherever, just with the music and the vibe, and it's such a beautiful thing.
Steph, thank you so much for speaking with me today. I can't wait to join your next dance floor.
Awesome. Can't wait to have you. And next I'm going to be having a chat with Jaz and asking all about the Worldwide Tribe. So Jaz, tell me all about the Worldwide Tribe.
So the Worldwide Tribe is an online community of people who care about the world and the people that we share it with. So we raise awareness about refugees and asylum seekers, and we tell stories about migration. The way that we tell stories is through, we make films, we have a podcast, we give talks in schools and universities, and in turn we use these stories to fundraise for projects on the ground. So having an impact on the ground in refugee camps throughout Europe and the Middle East.
Wow, amazing. And so you have 4 brothers that are all refugees. In what way did they bring you closer to the cause? And are there any particular inspirational, poignant moments that really, like, stand out?
Yeah, so I've actually got 6 brothers.
Wow.
And 4 of them are foster brothers, you're right, and 4 of them are refugees, or they came to the UK as unaccompanied minors.
Wow.
They're from Eritrea, Sudan, Libya and Afghanistan. And actually, I guess that is a nice opportunity to tell you a little bit about how the Worldwide Tribe began, because Mez, my first foster brother, was really the catalyst for me when it came to why this all started. So Mez has an incredible story. He left Eritrea because of forced compulsory military service in 2014, so he was 14 years old, and he crossed the Sahara Desert. He didn't eat for 16 days. He crossed the Mediterranean Sea. His boat capsized. He crossed Europe on foot. He lived in the Calais jungle, and then he hid underneath the Eurotunnel train to make it to the UK. At which point he was fostered by my mum and dad, who had been going through this long process of fostering. It had taken them about the same time that Mez had taken to get from Eritrea to the UK. They had been going through this process, so that's a nice synchronicity of their crazy journeys, obviously very different journeys. But those journeys came together in 2015, and Mez joined my family. And it was about the same time that the refugee crisis was very much in the media, right? But the media was very dehumanising about refugees and asylum seekers, things like swarms of migrants and marauding migrants, and it just really felt like the human stories weren't being told. So I made that first trip to Calais really feeling like I wanted to know more, wanting to hear a little bit more about the humans behind those statistics and those headlines, and it was a really life-changing experience for me. It was a completely life-changing moment. And the Worldwide Tribe kind of grew from there, I guess. I wrote a Facebook post initially about it that actually got lots of traction and raised lots more money than we expected. We had a little Just Giving page, just with a name of about 50 quid, I think. And because the Facebook page went so huge, we raised much more than that and started to go back to Calais and do what we could to just bring a bit of dignity to the situation. Like, it was literally tents in the mud, people sleeping in conditions that, you know, are not suitable for animals to live in, let alone human beings. So I think that, yeah, that was really the pivotal moment. It was Calais and Mez and all of those things combined that was the beginning of the Worldwide Tribe.
And can you tell us about the initiative and what you do exactly?
Yeah, so what we do is we highlight stories, human stories that are empowering, I guess, for people. So the stories of these heroes that are making these journeys and should be recognised as such, should be recognised as heroes. And in doing so, we also fundraise for projects on the ground. So grassroots projects that are actually having an impact, whether that be in Calais, but then we started working in Greece and in Turkey and in Lebanon, and yeah, it feels like a long time ago since I've been to any of those places, unfortunately, but still things are running. And we also have a podcast. That's a way of sharing individual human stories in every episode, and that's been a really beautiful way of giving some time and space to each of these people and their journeys and their stories, because, as I say, they're the most heroic, incredible, inspirational stories that I've ever heard.
Yeah, I bet. And what's at the heart of the vision, and how do you think that you can achieve it?
So I guess at the heart of the vision is the idea that we are all human, that we all share this world together, that we're all the same in many respects, right? Our basic human needs are the same. But then also when it comes to the things that do potentially divide us, like borders and nationalities and religions, actually celebrating our differences and coming together. And I guess at the heart of the vision is how, in such a kind of era of globalization, surely we can come together as one worldwide tribe. And I know that that's where there is power to create positive change, when we recognise unity, when we feel compassion, when we recognise our empathy, when we look into each other's eyes and we realise that, you know, it's just luck, the fact that we were born into a country where we don't have to think every day about our safety and survival, that we have access to our basic human needs, and other people don't have that. And it's our responsibility to open the door when people who are in an unsafe room come knocking. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, totally. And what inspires you the most about working with refugees?
Oh, well, I'm constantly inspired by people's stories. People like Mez, I guess he's a big inspiration for me. All four of my brothers are incredibly, I guess, motivating for this work, because I just think if they can do those journeys at those young ages and literally overcome like all adversity, I can do my part in this, right? And that is what keeps me going, I guess. So people's capacity to hold on to hope, that's really inspiring and motivational to me, the strength of human spirit. the fact that people can go through so much and still laugh, still smile, still, you know, my brothers are a great example of this, that they've been through so much trauma, they've been through so much adversity, and they still are teenage boys at the end of the day. Like, at the heart of it, they'll still go to the park and play football and have a laugh, and they're brothers. And that for me is just incredibly motivational and inspirational, that, you know, we still have that need to play, to laugh, to have fun, to interact with each other.
And what do you think the most valuable lesson you've learned from your brothers is?
To share. Honestly, I know it sounds really obvious, and it's one of the first words that you probably learn or teach a toddler, but somehow in the West we grow up and we forget about it. We learn it as kids, and then as we grow, I don't know where it gets lost along the way. And you know, whether it's money or whether it's food or whether it's experiences, or I think that we are lacking in our ability to truly share and connect with each other. And the boys have taught me that actually, you know, there's nothing more beautiful than being able to do that, to genuinely, you know, I saw it over and over again in the camps when we were doing distribution. Often people be like, oh, you're distributing to me, but you have some too, whether it be food or whatever. And again, my brothers teach me that time and time again, sharing how important it is, how it makes you feel good.
How do you think people can work towards a brighter future on an individual level?
I think the most important thing is to remain curious, to ask questions, to not believe everything that's kind of put on a plate for you by the media, for example. You know, I think if you're asking questions and learning, and, you know, whether that be watching a film about refugees or asylum seekers, or reading a book, or listening to a podcast, or asking these questions, being open to opportunity, and then when those opportunities come, when you're filling your feed with the people like Choose Love or organisations that are supporting refugees, then you are curating a feed on social media, a life, opportunities that can come your way. And yeah, there are many ways to get involved, even in your local community. You know, it might be with your neighbour, it might be someone that's new within your village, your town, your area. Recognise that and reach out to them and be kind.
Welcome them in.
Exactly.
And how can people get involved with Worldwide Tribe?
You know, you've just reminded me, there's one more thing I wanted to say, that, you know, that sense of welcoming is so important, because not all of us can relate to what it feels like to be a refugee, right? That might feel like it's something that's far away, or, you know, not in our mindset, or being an asylum seeker, or even a migrant, even though anyone who has travelled for work is an economic migrant, right? But maybe we don't relate to those words or that terminology, but what we can relate to is being new somewhere, not being welcomed somewhere, not being invited to a party. I'm not saying that this is the same thing or that it's comparable, but that feeling that you have when you're not welcome, we can connect into that, and we have the capacity to make people feel welcome in our society, in our areas, in our towns. So let's do that. Let's embrace that where we can.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Making people feel welcome is such a important start to all the beautiful things that can come afterwards. Yeah. So how can people get involved with the Worldwide Tribe?
There are loads of ways to get involved. So you can volunteer on our website. You can find our partners that you can volunteer through. So Indigo Volunteers is an amazing partner of ours who place people in grassroots projects. You can donate, but if you don't have time to volunteer or money to donate, then there are other options as well. You know, as I mentioned, learning, expanding your mind, having conversations about this situation for refugees, talking to your friends and family about it, even those ones that maybe have different opinions or viewpoints to you. Having those tricky conversations is huge and important. You can follow us on social media at the Worldwide Tribe on Instagram, and in doing so, sharing our posts and connecting with them, that is becoming part of the tribe, and also hugely useful, because that is at the core of everything we do. You know, a lot of what we do is social media based, and it's a real catalyst to get people involved and galvanise people. Listening to the podcast, each episode shares the story of an incredible person with lived experience of migration. There are many ways, and I would also recommend that to have a little think about what it is that you've got to offer as well, that we're all individual and unique, and maybe it's your offering that you can bring to the table, and it's hard for me to kind of put a blanket statement across everyone, because for you it might be putting on an event and holding a fundraiser. If you're a graphic designer, there might be someone that you can help in your area with their CV, or it might be that you love baking and that you can bake a cake for a local refugee family. There are so many ways, so have a little think about what you have to offer and apply that to the issue.
Amazing. Well, let's all get involved.
Amazing. Yes, you're welcome. All come and be involved in our worldwide tribe. So next up, we've got a story that is very close to my heart. It's a podcast episode between me and my foster brother Mez about his journey from Eritrea to the UK as a child refugee when he was 13 years old.
I just can't imagine now. I live in England for 4 years. 5 minutes walk would be like, oh, that's long. I can't do it. Or if it's like 15 degrees, it would be like, it's too hot. I can't go out. There's a lot of complaining, but at the time I did not complain. I was fighting for my life to survive. I was literally fighting to eat or to drink.
That's Mez, my 18-year-old foster brother, comparing his life now to when he was making the journey from Eritrea to the UK at just 13. Today he shares his story of resilience and survival, from fleeing compulsory military service in his home country to crossing the Sahara Desert and not eating for 15 days. From his boat capsizing in the Mediterranean Sea to hiding underneath the Eurotunnel train to get to the UK. This is a very important episode for me because it was Mez becoming my brother that was the catalyst to me quitting my job in fashion and focusing all my energy into the refugee crisis and the worldwide tribe. But that's a story for another episode. Today is about Mez, my ultimate inspiration in everything I do every single day. Your episode is much awaited.
Really?
Yeah, there's a hype. Mum built it up last week. She set the scene, gave a little bit of your backstory, but actually people want to hear it from you now. Don't make that noise into the microphone. A little squelch. No, but really, How do you feel about the fact that people want to hear your story?
Yeah, I feel quite good, excited as well.
Do you feel like you're ready to talk about it now?
Yeah, especially when I have done like a lot of talks with you, that gives you a bit of boost to do the broadcast.
The podcast.
Broadcast.
Go on, say it.
Podcast.
Podcast.
Can't say it.
You're listening to the Worldwide Tribe podcast. Stories from the refugee crisis. I'm your host, Jaz O'Hara, and together with some very special guests, we'll be taking you on a journey across the world without you having to go anywhere. We're here to amplify voices, from the people leaving their countries and everything behind them, to the volunteers working alongside them. We'll be hearing from those currently living in refugee camps and people working on the front line, the real heroes of today, the humans behind the statistics and the headlines. Join me as we transcend borders, nationalities, religions and languages to hear from the people with which we share this world, our worldwide tribe. So Mez, let's start from the beginning, okay? Let's go back to Eritrea. I think that a lot of people know very little about Eritrea. I was the same when you first came here. I didn't even really know where Eritrea was or what was going on there. So let's talk a little bit about that. Why did you leave Eritrea?
Well, the main reason is the military service.
Your father and your brother were already in the army?
Yeah, they were already in there, and when you go to it, it's for life.
So when you go into the military service, it's for life?
Yeah. Well, they say like, oh, it's only for 2 years, 3 years, and then you can come back to your family, but that never happened.
Okay, and you'd already seen that with your dad and your brother, that wasn't the case?
Yeah, that was not the case. We were waiting for my dad. For example, my dad went to the military service, and then he didn't come back for almost 5-6 years. And then they told him he can go home, and he came home. I only gave him 1 month to see us, and then he had to come back.
Had to go back into the army again. He's been in the army ever since, right?
Yeah.
And how many years ago was that? How many years has he been in the army altogether?
Years.
Well, from what kind of age did they start bringing people into the army? How
From
young?
13, 14 years old. They took my brother when he was about 15 and he didn't come back for a long time. And I was imagining, if they get me, that would happen to me as well. You don't have any freedom to do whatever you want to do. If I go in the military service, I will never come back for the rest of my life. So like slavery, you don't even get paid. You probably get 500 a month. In England, that's about 10 quid or so.
So 500 nakfa.
A month. So you get literally nothing. You can't. It doesn't even buy you anything like for yourself. So how are you going to supposed to look after your kids?
So basically, you knew that you didn't want that.
Yeah,
for
I
yourself.
did not want to go there. I just want my life and be free.
Because also by going into the army, you were really fighting for a dictatorship that you didn't agree with, right?
Yeah, exactly. And if I go there, it means I'm supporting him. I'm doing what he told me to do.
And when you say he, you mean the Prime Minister, the President?
The president, yeah,
How long has he been in power?
he's been in power since 1991, so it's about
30 years.
30 years now.
Nearly 30 years with
Yeah.
no elections.
No election whatsoever.
You didn't want to fight for someone that you didn't believe in, but also you didn't want to leave your family behind, right? Because by going into the army, you'd be leaving your mum without your dad, without your older brother, and you were at the time doing some work to earn some money for the family, right?
Yeah, I was literally the father of the house because my dad is not there, my brother is not there, so everything was left to me. I have to look after the kids, and my mum was pregnant by the time, so she couldn't even do a lot of work. So I was doing a lot of stuff for the house. I used to love school, even though you don't learn much, and they treat you like the animals. For example, in England, if you come late to class, we'll be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm late." But in Eritrea, if you're late, you get punished for it. You have to crawl on the floor, or you have to wait in the sand barefoot, for example, or you have to walk on your knee, or they beat you with a stick like 10, 15 times. So it's a lot of aggressive rules that they used to have in the schools.
So you get punished, you get beaten if you do something wrong.
Yeah, definitely. And if you didn't go to school, you have to go to the army. I used to love to go to school and learn.
You wanted a proper education.
Yeah, I wanted a proper education. But at the time, I was more interested that helping my family to just stay like alive for a while until my dad comes back, so I can go back to school.
So how did you do that? What were you doing to do that?
I was working on a carpenter thing, like with wood. I used to work in there like literally every day. And then when you come back home, you have to hide from the soldiers. Every night, the soldiers will come and collect a lot of people who doesn't go to school. So you have to hide from them. And I've been doing that for a long time. I used to earn good money. I didn't have any problem with money or anything.
So that you earned enough money to support your whole family?
Yeah, I was earning enough money to support the whole family. Had enough money for myself. I had literally no problem when I was doing that. But the only problem I had is the freedom that if I could do that without anyone harassing me, anyone after me, I would be happy just live there and do what I was doing.
But you didn't have the
Yeah.
ability to do that.
Yeah, you have to watch yourself 24/7.
How many little siblings did you have? Younger than you?
Well, I had 3, and then my mum was pregnant.
So you really felt like you had a responsibility
Yeah.
to make sure that they had food on the table.
Exactly.
How old were you at this point?
Yeah, 13. And then by that point, everything started to change very quickly. I was not thinking to leave my country at all. And it's because I have no idea where to go, where to even begin. So
You hadn't thought about
no.
England or Europe before?
No, I didn't even know that. I didn't even, like, you probably hear the names of the countries, but I have no idea where they are, what to do. The only choice I had was to just go to the military service and do what other people are doing.
So you had a plan to hide until they caught you, and then you'd just go into the military like everybody else?
Exactly. I have to, because I was not thinking to leave my country at all in any sense.
Did you not hear about other people going to Europe or going to England?
Well, in 2009, a lot of people were leaving from Eritrea to Israel. And we used to hear a lot of horrible stories about, and they used to get caught and They used to sell the kidneys and stuff. And my mum used to tell me that a lot of people are leaving the country and they're getting caught in this Sahara desert. If you get caught and they have to pay money, but if you didn't pay money, they just kill you and sell your kidney and stuff. For me, it was like, oh God, I don't want to do any of that. I'd rather go to the army.
So you heard these horror stories of people that had left
Yeah.
the country and decided that that wasn't worth it for you.
Yeah, it wasn't worth it. And the government announced anyone who tries to leave the country or anyone who attempts even to leave the border, you get shot.
So you thought that you were trapped in Eritrea and that was going to be your life.
Yeah, I thought it just would be like just my life. It's just like everyone else.
Tell me what changed your mind? What happened?
I was at work, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, one of my I have really good friends, done everything with them. One of them found me in the town. I was like, what's going on? What's up? And he's like, well, I'm thinking to just leave the country. And I was like, what do you mean? You don't even know where you're going. And then we call that off like completely, because even if anyone can hear us, it will be so dangerous. Couldn't even have the conversation. Like what we were doing was really bad. So if anyone had listened to us, we'd go to prison straight away.
So it was you, Nahom,
And
who?
Johannes.
Johannes.
Yeah.
And so Johannes had the idea
Yeah,
to leave.
Yeah.
He came to you, he wanted to talk to you and Nahom,
Yeah.
and you and Nahom said, no, you're crazy. Let's
Yeah.
not even talk about it.
Yeah. Don't even bring it up again.
Okay.
That night, we were chilling. I came back from work, and all of a sudden, all the militarists were just like all over the town. There was a lot of noise, and it was like, what was going on? What's going on? And suddenly, they were literally next to us, and then we just run away.
So you were at home and you could hear the military coming to collect people
Yeah.
for the army.
Yeah, literally knocking every door, and we were just like, oh shit, let's go. And then we just ran away. We didn't have much clothes. I literally had like t-shirt and trousers. They were after us. It was like gunshot to the air and stuff. We just kept going and going and going and going.
You didn't have a chance to tell your mum where you were going or anything.
No. Literally, we were outside, and then we heard them, and then we just run away, three of us, and we didn't stop at all. Like they chased us, but they gave up after a while. We were like, oh God, we can't come back. They know we live there. If we come back, they will come back straight away and get us. So what shall we do? Somehow we agree what Johannes said. It's like, let's just continue and see what happens.
What have we got to lose, basically?
Yeah, literally, you got nothing to lose, so let's just go. We didn't know where to go. We all grew up in the same town. We never traveled from that town. We didn't have Google Maps. We didn't have a map, like any paper or anything.
Did you have a phone?
We didn't have a phone. We didn't have anything. We just like wear like the same clothes that we were like go to bed or something.
Just a t-shirt and shorts.
Yeah.
No money.
We had literally nothing. We had no money whatsoever. We just, okay, let's just try and see what happens.
Where did you sleep?
Yeah, it took us a couple of days, and then one night we slept under the tree, which is really scary because there was a lot of hyenas around us. We were like shaking the whole night. We agree, like if one of us go to sleep and one of us have to look. But we didn't trust each other, so we all stayed out for the night.
You didn't trust that someone would stay awake?
Yeah, literally, we were so tired. I trust them for my life, but I'm not going to trust them like for that because
It's hard.
it's hard. We couldn't even sleep because they were making a lot of loud noises. So
What, the hyenas? Oh my God.
Yeah, we were shitting ourselves like, oh God.
It's like the Lion King.
Yeah.
Have you seen the new one?
Yeah, I have. And then the second night, we followed a farmer, and we went to his house, and then we slept with the cows, around the cows.
Slept in a farm.
We slept in the farm.
Did the farmer know you were there?
No. We saw him getting all the cows in. So we just jumped in and slept there for the night.
After 2 days and 2 nights, the boys made it to the border of Ethiopia.
It was just a fence, nothing else. With a lot of spiky, sharp things.
Barbed wire
Yeah,
and stuff.
something like that.
Yeah, no buildings,
No.
but there was lots of soldiers around.
Yeah, a lot of soldiers. So we were just like, okay, let's just jump and just go. And then we were trying to jump, but we ripped up trousers. It was so sharp. No one saw us. The story that I'm telling you now is completely different story what other people would tell you how they get to Ethiopia, because people will pay smugglers to get them through that.
So you were just so lucky that
They were just so
you
lucky, just walking around.
I guess like because you were still a child, you didn't have that idea of how dangerous it was, really.
Yeah, we had no idea how dangerous it was.
Once he had crossed the first border, local people directed Mez to his first refugee camp.
The first time I arrived in that camp, it was something else. I never seen some place like that.
Really?
It was all intent. The people, how many people were there? It was ridiculous. It was over 3,000 or 4,000 Eritrean people, even more, I think. So many kids. It was huge camp in the middle of nowhere. I was like, oh wow, people are actually leaving the country every single day.
That's when you realised the scale of the problem.
I thought the problem was just me, but it's not just me. It was thousands of people that did not want to go to the army, do anything with the government.
So that was the first time that you realised that you were not alone
Yeah.
in how you felt. The first time that you realised that thousands of people from your country were not happy with the situation in your country and wanted to leave. Because I guess you could never talk about that when you were in Eritrea.
Yeah, in Eritrea, no one talks about what's happening and what's going on and how many people are leaving and where they're going. So when you actually see it by yourself, and you will be like, oh my God.
So you remember being shocked.
I was so shocked that to see so many people are leaving the country in the home. I don't get it. I was too young. How can all these people just leave instead of standing for themselves? Like just say, we don't want this government. We want someone else. We want this. We want this. But as I said, it's not as simple as that. If you even say, oh, we don't like this government, you get killed.
Yeah.
Or you get put underground.
Were people kind to you there?
Oh, definitely. Like it was like a little community. It was not you get your own food. This is my food. It's not like that. You just get it all together. You mix it all together. You eat together.
Even with strangers that you don't know?
I have no idea the people next door who they are or where they're from. But in that moment, you feel like you know them for a long time. Literally, I didn't have anything, and I shared it from all my friends.
Because I guess all that matters in that moment is survival.
Exactly.
You know, as long as you guys are surviving and that you're there together and alive, then that becomes the most important thing, right?
Yeah.
Mez stayed in this camp for 2 weeks, all the while worrying about one very important thing.
How am I going to tell my parents that I'm safe and I'm still alive? Because I've been traveling for almost 1 month and 3 weeks or so, and my mum have no idea where I am.
Because there was no communication between Eritrea and Ethiopia at the time, right?
Yeah.
You couldn't make phone calls or...
No, the line was cut because of the war. So we can't call anyone from Ethiopia to Eritrea or from Eritrea to Ethiopia.
So Mez agreed with a smuggler to take him to the next country, Sudan.
We didn't have much information how long it's going to take. They tell you like it's going to take 3 days or something like that. So we don't know don't have full information about the journey. We traveled for the whole night, and then in the morning they dropped us in some forest, and they were like, you can stay here for a while and then we'll be back really soon. And they didn't come back for a week.
What, they left you in the forest for a week?
Yeah, and we didn't have food or anything. We didn't have any money or anything. So
Oh my God, so what did you eat? What did you drink?
we were literally starving, just drinking water. They didn't come back, so we called someone in the camp, and they were like, okay, we have a smuggler that do the same things. And you're like, okay, great, so just send him as soon as possible. We're really hungry. And so he got involved and he sold us to the Sudanese guy.
He sold you?
Yeah, so he get his money. So he goes back to camp, and the Sudanese guy pick us up and got us to Sudan. We were traveling at least 5 days on the
Oh my
go.
God.
You stop in the night time and you travel all day.
Once Mez had crossed the border into Sudan, he was able to make the phone call he had been waiting for.
First time I contacted my mum, it was after like 2 months or so. I called her and she couldn't believe I was still alive. So like, hi mom, how are you? How are you doing? And stuff like that. And
What did she say?
she didn't even believe me. Like when I said it's me, she was like, she couldn't say anything. She would just like broke down straight away. She couldn't say one word. She just cried and she couldn't talk to me at all. She was crying. My dad was at home that time. My dad had to come and pick up the phone so I could talk to him.
You had to take over.
Yeah, he had to take over, and he was really emotional as well. Like, why did you leave? I'm not here. Your brother's not here. Why did you leave the family?
But Mez had some difficult news to tell his parents. Without realising it, agreeing to the journey from Ethiopia to Sudan had left him indebted to the smuggler.
I told my dad that he need to pay about 70 grand of Nakfa, and he's like, I can't do that. I don't have any money to pay that to pay for you. And I was like, okay, it's whether you pay it or I'm gonna die, and that's the only choice that we have. I didn't say much, and I gave him to the smuggler, and the smuggler was saying, you have to pay the money, or we're gonna sell him to some other smugglers, which is really horrible ones. And then my dad was like, yeah, I'll pay really quickly, don't do anything horrible. So they gave him like a week or so, but it didn't happen. And it took him like 2 months. We gathered the money, begging in the street and asking a lot of our families and stuff.
Neighbours, friends.
Literally everyone in the town.
So in that 2 months that you were waiting, were the smugglers horrible to you?
The smugglers, because I said I'm going to pay, they treat you all right because they need the money. But before you pay, you only eat twice a day. And you're not allowed to wash, or you're not allowed to go out from the little house that they put you. And then when you pay, you're allowed to have a shower, for example.
So for those 2 months that you were staying with the smugglers waiting for that money, you couldn't shower, you couldn't leave the house, you were kind of a prisoner.
Yeah, you are a prisoner to them. Until you pay your money, you're a prisoner.
Were you emotional? Did you miss your mum and dad? Did you feel guilty about leaving? Did you feel sad about it?
At first, I didn't feel guilty or sad at all, because I was thinking that, I left, it's for the best. But then I was really sick, so I can only think about home. If I was at home, my mum would have done so much. I would still have my bed. I would still have everyone around me to look after me.
Was this when you were in Sudan you got sick?
Yeah, I was in Sudan. I got sick. Everything I ate, I just vomited straight out. Yeah, it was really, really tough 4 months in that place. But then miracle happens sometimes.
It turned out Mez's mum's brother had a friend in Sudan.
He contacted me. He was really, really nice. He took me from the smuggler's house, bought a lot of orange and put the pills and the hot water and blanket over me.
Oh, to make you feel better.
Yeah, it was a lot of sweat. And I was coughing blood by then. I didn't go to any hospital or anything. And he literally just get rid of the cough.
Oh my God. So basically your mum contacted your uncle in South Africa who contacted some friends in Sudan who came to get you.
Yeah.
So he saved you from the smugglers basically and made you better.
So
Looked
much
after
better.
you.
Yeah, he looked after me really well. And yeah, I was in so much better state. Nice to be like looked after for it like again. And then he went back to Eritrea to see his wife, and then everything went back to shit again. I was on my own for 3 months.
And where were you at this point?
Yeah, still in Sudan, but just like going from other place to other place.
So Mez decided to move to the next country, Libya, by crossing the Sahara Desert.
I used to hear stories, people like dying in the Sahara and stuff, but at that time you believe them, but you want to do it anyway. So when I left Sudan, it takes us 15 days in the Sahara Desert. That 15 days was ridiculous. No one can travel with 100-something people in a truck on that heat. It was over 50 degree, even hotter. You don't eat for 15 days.
You didn't even have enough water, did you?
Yeah, you don't even have enough water to have. You can't even have one bottle of water a day. You have to share one bottle in 2 people. I can't imagine how I even crossed the Sahara Desert. The people that travel with you were really kind, really nice, have to stick together. 15 days, it doesn't seem long, but if you're traveling for 15 days in the Sahara Desert, you'd rather die.
With no food as well.
Literally no food, you only have a drink.
And people do die, right?
Yeah, well, you see a lot of skeletons in the floor. You probably think like, oh, that'll be me next if anything happened.
Because if you fall off the truck, they don't wait for you, right?
You literally go over 100 miles per hour. If you fall off, that's it. No one stops for you.
What about the women and children?
That's a good question because they will look after, actually, the kids, especially the kid. If you have a pregnant lady, we'll put them in the middle so they have like comfortable seats. But even though I was 13, I was not considered as a child. I was considered as an adult. You have to look after yourself. You have to fight for your seat. You have to fight for everything.
So eventually you made it to Libya.
Yeah, after 15 days struggle, I made it to Libya.
And
in
Libya, I mean, a few people have described Libya to me as hell on earth for a refugee.
That's a really good way to explain Libya. They put you in a house and they put over 300 and 400 people in one room and you sleep in the top of each other. You literally have no space. If you sleep in the side, people will literally be on your ass and sleep attached to you. They will be sandwiched to each other. It won't get less. It will get higher and higher, the number of people. When I arrived, it was about 300 people. We waited a month or so, sleeping like that. We're eating once a day. They give you one dish of spaghetti. You just cooked in the water and put salt in it.
No sauce.
No. They just like cooked it in the hot water. Maybe they put some spices or something.
People must have got sick in there as well, right?
Oh God, yeah. We used to get sick of the food and you just vomit it straight out because it doesn't go in at all. Oh, we're just eating some water spaghetti. What is that? But you have to eat it, otherwise you're going to starve. I have to fight for it as well. They put 8 people for one dish. You put your hand once and then when you go twice, it's finished.
You have to eat it really quick.
Yeah, it's really hot as well. They just get it from the stove or something and give it to you. And everyone have to be really quick.
You have one bite and then go in for the second. And
That's it.
I remember you telling me that it was so hot that you burnt your hands on it.
Yeah. It was the most horrible place I ever been. And now, even I remember, I get shivers from it. How can you put some people through it? Like, at least give them food. It's hard enough to even be there in that place, but if you don't eat or wash, you get dirty, you get some infection around your hands. And the place was just disgusting. You have to be quiet 24/7 as well. You can't say a word.
Because you're not supposed to be there,
you're
right?
not supposed to be there. So if you make any loud anything, maybe you just come and beat it. I remember one night we were just fed up of waiting. It was 2 months and it was about 700, 800 people and we didn't get enough food or water at all for like 2 days and we were complaining. They got a lot of guys from outside and they came with massive stick and metals and stuff. And they were like, why are they making a lot of noise? This is a country. Why are they even here? And they were just going through, beating everybody up. I can remember one guy got hit around his eyes. Everyone thought his eyes were just popped out because they hit him really hard with a massive stick. And he was like bruised until we got to Italy. It was mad. It was so bad. He was bleeding and stuff.
Do you think that he did ever get his eyesight back?
Oh yeah, he could see. He was bandaged the whole time.
Fuck.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
So you were waiting to cross the Mediterranean Sea, right? To get on a boat and to get to Italy, to get to Europe. So eventually that happened.
Yeah, after a couple of months, 800 people got together. Everyone was happy. Everyone paid. Actually, the smuggler came and was like, okay, we're going to go tonight. Midnight came up. 800 people got together and we were going in a van. They put 100 people or so in a van and literally everyone nearly died on that van before we even get in that boat.
Because it was so cramped.
It was so cramped we couldn't breathe. I literally fainted and I could catch my breath a bit, but a lot of people when we come out the van, I was on the floor like knocked out. The smuggler was like, oh, take it easy, like send 50 or so at a time, we got time and stuff. And then they tried to do that, but I was like, people are nearly died here. How are we supposed to survive in the bloody water? It was so dark. We couldn't see anything. And they put 400 people in the bottom and then maybe 400 and something in the top. And it's like, off you go. One of the smugglers got the boat moving for a couple of hours, and he told someone to drive the boat, and then he just got back to Libya.
So basically he was on the boat for a couple of hours, and then he taught someone how to drive and which direction to go, and then he got a boat, a speedboat back to Libya.
Yeah.
Then the moment that they had been waiting for.
About 12 o'clock in the daytime, we saw a massive, massive boat from far away. We were so tired by the time. We were so excited for someone to come and save us. People jumping around, trying to get attention, tell them we're here to save us. And then the boat just flipped upside down and capsized straight away. People were manic, and the boat just kept going up and down, and people trying to hold on that boat.
And you couldn't swim, could you? You'd never
No
seen
one-
the sea before this crossing.
I've never seen as big and as dark sea like that before. It was so scary as well. When we got into the water, I was like, shit, we're dying. I was trying to grab someone's hand, someone's jacket, and people shout and cry. Some people straight away give up, oh, that's it.
Do you think you were going to die?
Yeah, I was literally splashing away, trying to get to the boat and hold to something. And I was like, okay, we're going down. That's it. And then out of nowhere, it was about 15 or so speedboats all around us and picking people, throwing life jackets. I was holding to the boat. I didn't want to let go. I was literally holding it really tight. A lot of people from the Italian Gold Coast, I can't say the word.
Coast Guard.
Coast Guard, jumping in, picking a lot of people out, a lot of children, a lot of women. They were literally so quick. You can't imagine they would save 800 people in about half an hour or so.
And they saved everyone, right?
They literally saved everyone. When they were saving, I was holding tight some wood, and they were like, you're cool, just let go. Trying to grab me from the wood, and I was like, no, I don't know. And then they just forced me, pull me out from the water and put me in the speedboat.
And took you to Italy.
Yeah, and then they put us in a huge boat.
Big ship.
They sent big rope thing this down there, and then everybody climbed up, and they gave us, I still remember the golden warm blanket thing.
The
It was
emergency
plastic,
blankets.
Yeah, that thing. It was warm up actually. We did why are they giving us a plastic?
It helped. It
It
worked.
helped. We were all wet, so it just really helped, and it got dry really quickly.
Was it cold in the water?
Oh my god, we were freezing. I was shivering for almost an hour or so. And then you got warm. They gave us nice food, juice, oranges or so, biscuits and stuff. From 12 o'clock to about 6 o'clock in the evening, we were going to Italy.
Okay, so it took you
About
6 hours to get there.
Yeah.
Upon arrival in Italy, Mez was sent to a camp for unaccompanied minors.
I had the most nice shower ever. I took
Best shower of your life.
so long. I felt so dirty. When we woke up, it was a woman there that made us really nice Italian food.
Italian food is good.
Oh, it was so good. We ate it was really nice bread. And we were like, oh, this is great.
So why did you decide to leave there?
I didn't decide. I didn't want to leave there at all. It was a lot of boys that came up in the evening, and they were like, we gave our fingerprint in here, and they take so long to give us asylum, and we can't work, we can't go to school, we can't do anything. We're just trapped here and playing football all the time.
Well, that sounds good to you though, doesn't it?
Yeah, and when they mentioned football, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I want to just play football.
Yeah, they're like, no, think for your future.
So they gave you some advice, basically.
Yeah, they've been there for a long time, and they've done nothing, And they were like, if you want to stay, you can stay, but you can go. And the boy who was next to me was like, no, I'm going. It was about dinner time, and we just opened the door and we just left. We left after 2 days, and we didn't
With
know
no plan.
No plan. I don't know where we're going. Flip-flop, the largest flip-flop ever. And we just walked all day, and we found an Arabic guy in the train station. He was like, where are you going? And we're like, we don't know, we're going to Roma. And he's like, are you insane? You're trying to walk to Roma? And Roma is from here, it's about 5 hours or so on the bus.
On the bus,
On
and
the
you're going to
bus,
walk
yeah.
there. This man helped Mez and his friend to buy a train ticket to Rome. but Mez was shocked by what he found there.
So many refugees in there as well. And they didn't have any house. They were living in a little camp thing. They live in the street and sleeping in the top of each other. Like, what is going on?
Mez's uncle had another friend who lived in Rome. Mez had called him en route, so he was there waiting for them when the boys arrived.
He saw me and he was like, oh my God. He took a picture of me. I'll show you when I find it. I looked terrible. I was really skinny, the saddest person ever.
He took Mez shopping for some new clothes.
We got really nice shoes. Still have those shoes.
They're the shoes that you were wearing when you arrived, the trainers.
Yeah, my favourite shoes.
Mum talked about them in the last podcast, that they arrived and they were wet and dirty, and we bought you new trainers straight away, but you scrubbed them clean and kept them forever.
Yeah, I still wear my old trainers. Now they're getting old. Gonna put them somewhere safe.
They're special.
Yeah, really special.
From here, Mez tried to sneak on trains to France, but got caught several times and sent back to Italy. Eventually, one time the ticket man came, another miracle happened.
I was next to an old lady. She told them something. I didn't understand the language, but she probably told them that he's with me.
So you were on a train and an old lady told the ticket man that you were with her.
With her. They didn't believe her because she didn't look like her at all. And then they let us through.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and then I arrived in Calais and I saw the most disgusting place in France ever. I saw the whole jungle. I've never seen something like that before. I've seen the camps in Sudan or Ethiopia, but that was disgusting. It was so muddy, no real tent. It was just horrible. I didn't want to live there at all.
You didn't want to stay one night in that jungle?
No, I didn't know when to go. I didn't want to put my foot through
It
it.
was worse than you'd ever seen before.
Yeah, it was so bad. People were just sleeping in the tent for months, years, so long. No way I'm going to stay here for 6 months. No fucking way.
The same night he arrived, Mez tried to cross to the UK.
We got caught and I never saw the person that I came with again. We got arrested, but I don't know where he went. And I came back really tired and then slept with some Ethiopian people. In the morning, I woke up. I had 300 euros with me in a night. When I woke up, I wasn't there. I was like, okay, great. They just mugged me off.
So where did you get the 300 euro?
My uncle's friend gave me some so I can like buy food and stuff.
Okay, so
when I go to the camp.
So your uncle's friend had given you 300 euro, and then the Ethiopians that you slept with, who like welcomed you into their tent, stole it from you.
That's what I thought at the time, but maybe I lost it somewhere. They were saying that beforehand they had literally had no money whatsoever, and then the next morning they had massive takeaway and stuff. I was
Like, hang on a minute.
like,
Is that my money?
yeah, but you know, I didn't mind. I was like, yeah, just ask. I would have given you anyway.
Really?
Yeah, if they ask me, they 100 or 200, I would just give them. Like, everything is sharing if you want to survive at the time, because a lot of people doesn't have much. But to steal it or take it away from me without me knowing. The next morning, he was like, oh, come in and eat with us. And I was so mad. I was like, fuck you, I'm just going.
So do you feel like in that situation, even when people had nothing or very little, they did share generally?
That's the thing. I don't know what happened, because I'm not going to say that they have stole it because I didn't see it with my eyes. But people that have nothing, even though they have like a couple of quid, they buy something and share it with you. Or if you have like money together, put it together and then you buy something and you eat it together. Yeah, it's very sharing and caring community, even though you literally have nothing in the camp. We tried to go to England again. The fence was like 20 feet high or something.
You kept getting caught.
Yeah, I kept getting caught, sent back, and I was so tired of it.
All right, so tell me about the night that you were successful.
Yeah, it was Saturday night, and I was trying the whole night. That night, it was, for some reason, there were a lot of police there, and I could not go. I couldn't even jump one fence. Usually, you jump like about 10 fence, and then you get caught, like the last one or so. But that night, it was so stressful, so many cops. Keep hiding and jumping one, keep hiding, jumping one, keep hiding, jumping one. And then by the last one, I nearly got caught. So I jumped in the water and hold to some tree. Like for 10 minutes, freezing cold.
Were you on your own?
Yeah. They didn't see me, they were looking, and dog was smelling and stuff, and it couldn't smell me or something. So They just drove off, and I was like, thank God. Jumped out of the water and trying to climb the fence. There was no way. All my clothes was wet, very slippery. So I got my laces out of my shoes, tied them to the fence, and then put them like a ladder.
So you used your laces from your shoes as a ladder to climb up the fence.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so genius. So you had to do one step and then like take that lace and then make another step, and that must have taken ages.
Yeah, it did. And when I jumped, they heard me and they were looking. They saw my laces and stuff. They knew someone was there, but they couldn't find me.
Oh my God, it's like a film.
And then as soon as they moved off again, I got my laces off the fence and then tied my shoes and then just run off to the train. I was under the train track for 2 minutes or so. I was thinking I was hiding, and a lady was literally in front of me.
A policewoman, right?
Yeah, a policewoman opposite me, and I saw her, and she saw me, and then she didn't do anything. She just smiled, and she didn't stop the train. But usually they do. They stop the train and get you off.
So you think she saw you, but she saw that you were little, and she just decided, you know what, I'm going to let him go.
No idea. Maybe. When I went through that tunnel, I was like, okay, great.
You knew this is the Eurotunnel. It's happening.
It's happening. And
How did that feel?
That's great. And then I was like, if that takes about 30 minutes, I'm in England. If not, then I'm not. And then it took 30 minutes and it stopped. And I was like, oh, yes, I'm in. I was hiding in the top of the lorry.
You were hiding on top of the lorry?
Yeah, holding to some rope. And they were sending one by one truck. And then when they go out, there's a little hill. So if you're in the
little
bottom,
ramp.
like ramp thing. So when you go out, you can see in the top. So it's a policeman saw me just hanging there, and they immediately stopped the truck and they were trying to get me off. They gave me a warning like, calm down now, something like that. And I couldn't understand the language.
What?
Yeah, what?
The policeman helped Mez down from the top of the lorry with a ladder and told him he was safe now.
They put me with the rest of the people that they found. It was few Ethiopian people, few Sudanese, few Eritrean. My clothes were really wet, so they gave me really warm porridge. I didn't eat it because I didn't know what it was.
You're like, what is this?
Yeah, I had no idea, but it was really nice and warm. They gave us a toothbrush. I didn't use it either.
You didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah. But they gave me really nice blue jumper.
You still have that jumper, don't
I
you?
still have that jumper. I think I do. Or mum probably throw it away somewhere.
Yeah.
If she don't like it, she throw it away.
So they were nice to you. They were kind
Really
to
nice
you.
people. I did not expect I thought they were going to send me back, but they didn't.
They asked you, didn't they? Do you want to go to a centre for unaccompanied boys, or do you want to go to a family?
Yeah, they got a translator and they asked me that question. I didn't know what foster family was.
Social service explained Mez's two options to him.
Go to sharing house and live on your own. But if you go into foster family, the family will look after you until you get 18 and stuff. And I was like, oh, it sounds great to
You
me.
thought, I like the sound of that.
Yes. And they were like, good, you stay here for a couple of hours and we'll try to sort something out with the home office and stuff. And I was like, okay. I was asleep the whole time.
Really? You passed out?
Yeah, I passed out and so tired the whole night trying.
Meanwhile, Kent Social Services were calling my family to let us know that they had a match for us.
They called my name. I didn't hear them, so they came and shake me up. They're like, okay, we found your family. They just put me in a taxi.
On your own?
Yeah, on my own with my bag, my wet clothes. They sent me to around here and stopped outside the door. And everyone in here was so excited.
We were waiting for you. We were ready.
And as soon as the doorbell rang, Jaz was just literally like happy puppy.
I was like a happy puppy.
Yeah, just jumping around and just gave me a massive hug and carried my bag inside. And I came in and sat down. Dad was cooking, Mom was asking questions, Jaz was asking questions, taking pictures and stuff. And my dad was...
Classic.
Yeah. My dad was trying to make Eritrean food. And the first thing he said to me was like, do you like Zebidarho?
Zebidarho is a traditional Eritrean chicken dish that my dad had Googled the recipe for.
I heard that Zebidarho, I was like, oh yeah, and I didn't understand much of it. So
Dad was trying to speak Tigrinya to you.
Yeah, and he made really delicious Zebidarho that night. We ate it with bread and rice.
You didn't eat much though, did you?
I didn't eat much. Mom showed me my room, my nice new little home. Everyone was like so buzzing to talk to me and stuff. I went to bed that night with all clothes on, my bin bag beside me.
Your dirty clothes in your bin bag.
Yeah. The next morning, Mum came up and woke me up, and I was in such a shock, thinking that I'm somewhere in France or somewhere. Then I was like, "Oh, what? Let's go."
Like jumped out of bed,
Yeah,
ready
and-
to run.
Yeah, just trying to put my shoes on, and Mom's like, "Yeah, it's okay." She asked me if she can look my bin bag.
And you were like, yeah, all right.
Yeah. And I took all my wet clothes, wet shoes, and then she like took it down and put it in a washing machine, washed the clothes for me.
Classic mum.
Really good.
Wash the clothes for you. How did you feel, Mez, that first day? Did you feel happy?
It was very overwhelming. My first thought was I might just stay for a little while here and then I'll go somewhere else. I did not feel settled at all, even though I felt really welcomed and loved in this house. Even from the start, I feel like it's just for the moment, as always.
Because you'd been moving so much, you didn't feel like this is it now. I
Yeah.
can chill now.
After 3 or 4 days or something, then the social worker come up, and I was thinking, oh, okay, they're gonna take me again. I don't want to go. He was asking if I was happy here, if I want to move. And I was like, no, I'm really happy here. I don't want to move. I don't want to go anywhere. They asked mum and dad questions as well if they're happy with me and stuff. And
They were like, yeah, we're happy with him.
yeah, and they were like, yeah, we're really happy, so we're definitely keeping him.
Wow, what an inspiring story and journey he's had. Wow, what an amazing guy.
Wild, isn't it?
Yeah. And now we have an interview with Johny Dar, the man himself who's painted all of those jeans and created the Jeans for Refugees project, and Whitney Valverde.
How are you? How are you excited about the festival happening now? Together is better.
Together is better. Of course, I'm excited about Together is better. because
Yeah. Are you prepared?
Prepared? I don't know. I'm never really prepared because my expectations are always so high that I'm never prepared. So kind of like I just have to go with what I've got
Yeah.
happening so far. So yeah,
Yeah.
it looks good.
I'm excited. What bands are you most excited to see? What music?
I'm really excited about all of them because I feel like each one of them is doing their art and expressing their heart, which is what's really key for me.
Yeah.
Behind every art, behind every creation, it's important to know the source of the creation and the motivation behind it, because that's kind of like will bring you to exactly where the music's coming from. So
Absolutely.
so yeah, so I believe that we have a really nice lineup that is will take us
Yeah,
on
it looks
a nice,
beautiful.
take us on a nice experience for the day, you know.
How has COVID affected you and your work? Has it affected you in any way? How has it affected your life, your time?
Yeah, I mean the thing is this it definitely has affected my work in many ways. But it's kind of like the thing is this, it's kind of like being an artist, you really have to be in tune. Yeah, you have to kind of like let go of ideas and thoughts and kind of like feel the moment, feel what you're doing, and just deliver it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some people call it source energy as well. Like you can call it so many different ways, like your inner guidance. How does Johny Dar, the amazing artist, multi-talented man doing so many things, how do you connect to source? How do you connect to your inner being? And what are your rituals to stay present and be able to enjoy this freedom we all have right now?
So yeah, I mean the way I do it by basically maintaining, living my own dream, you know, maintaining, staying on my own track. Yeah, because it's so easy to change tracks. You know, it's so easy to
Yeah.
get up in the morning and go, oh, this didn't work, so I'm just gonna quit. You know, and just do something else. It's really
Yeah.
important to stay consistent no matter what. Where it gets to a point where it's like, well, there's no other
Sorry.
option.
Tell me, what are your daily rituals? So we know Johny Dar is not drinking caffeine and, make sure you have a good night's sleep. what are your daily spiritual rituals and art rituals, or and how you stay connected and free and peaceful?
Okay, I'm gonna let you in on my secret, basically.
Oh, yes, please. We all want to know.
I mean, I've been maintaining kind of like staying as uncovered as possible. So
So excited to finally have you here.
yeah, thank you. So yeah, I mean, the thing is this for me, it's life is a breath. Yeah. So the more present you are with your breath, the more present you are with your body, the more present you are with your actions, the more present you are with everything else that's
Mhm.
happening in your life. So, I mean, my first practice is getting up and retrieving my breath, and just kind of like making sure that I'm breathing, I'm
Yeah.
breathing correctly. And then, yeah, and then I do my IQ practice. I color the IQ shapes,
Oh, really?
color
Okay.
characters. Yeah. And
It's amazing.
yeah, because you know what, you'd be surprised, like while you're coloring the things that come up, because the thing is this, the whole IQ series is designed to be kind of like quote unquote digestive enzyme for your memory, yeah,
Yeah.
for
Okay.
your brain, yeah. So basically what it's doing, it's helping you remember all the things that you've consumed visually throughout the day, and basically sort them out. So it's kind of like, oh, why am I thinking still about this? Like this should be kind of like already forgotten. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's a really good, it's kind of like, you look in the mirror to fix your hair, and I look
Yeah.
into IQ me to fix my soul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is wonderful. It sounds like a way of meditating as well,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
because you're focused, you're relaxed, and the breathing. It's I've heard like there's miracles with just learning how to breathe properly and paying attention to the breathing. People getting cured from diseases. I think when I went,
This is the only reason why you're getting sick is because you're not circulating the energy in that certain place. Yeah, that means you're not breathing correctly. So that's what it comes back to. Really, if we come back to balance, you don't need anything other than maintaining your own balance. Yeah, because everything else is designed to tell you that you need me. Yeah, but
Mhm.
I mean, this is the problem with our media consumption. That we've pretty much consumed all possibilities, yeah, on our screen, yeah. But now all these possibilities are playing out in the subconscious, yeah, and
Mhm.
we're like fully busy all the time dealing with our own thoughts, our own
Mhm.
ideas, yeah, that
Mhm.
pretty much bring us to exhaustion, bring us to like
Yeah.
nothing at the end, yeah. So therefore it's kind of like we are like just, yeah, we're just kind of like that mouse that's just running
Yeah.
in circles, yeah. So kind of like doing a lot of effort, going like, oh, look at me, look how much muscles I got now, I've been like running really hard. But it's designed to do that, yeah. It's designed to keep you looping, yeah.
Yeah. To keep you unconscious in a way,
Yeah,
isn't it?
because the thing is as long as you're looping, yeah, that means you're not going anywhere, yeah. So you depending on everything coming to you, yeah. And right
I,
now in COVID and being at your locked up in your own apartment just helps you understand that further, yeah. And now you're still exhausted staying in your apartment because you are running around the world watching the world on your screen, yeah, and your ideas are just wild. Woo, woo, woo.
yeah.
And yeah, and your body is exhausted. Well, watch yourself after watching a movie, yeah, you're exhausted because you've released so
So
much
much consumption.
emotions, yeah. You've you've put your body through so much. So
100%. So much stress as well.
exactly.
I went to one of your liquid gold experiences in Notting Hill,
Oh
which
nice.
was it was amazing. It was so fun. It was really, you were talking before about freedom and how we're now able to experience freedom in a different way, and how in a way you kind of knew this was coming. We all knew. And this freedom I experienced at your Liquid Gold event was just beautiful. Everyone was just free from themselves, free from their ego, dancing. We were painting, we were drawing a little bit, and there was this music playing, which is, I believe, a language you have created. Can you tell me a little bit more about it, and how it works with our inner being, that it makes us feel so good and so free and so mellow in a way? I remember feeling really mellow.
Good. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for the amazing feedback. Yeah, and the
Yeah.
awesome feedback. So yeah, I mean, the thing is this now, kind of like at the end of the day, it's frequencies. Yeah. So doesn't matter which language you're speaking. Yeah. Whether it's you understand it or not. You know, if somebody is saying something lovely to you in that language, you feel that.
You feel it.
vibration.
True.
Yeah.
Very true.
And if they're saying something ugly to you, you'll feel it as well. Yeah.
Like when you get the vibe from someone.
Exactly. I mean, they don't need to be speaking your language for you to understand their vibe. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that understanding of the vibe, is linked to an emotional intelligence that we all carry. Yeah. So now the thing is this: the point is for me to deliver that point of invoking and triggering your emotional intelligence. Yeah. And once your emotions are invoked, and triggered, and then you provide your emotions this safe playground to play in, then they go wild. Yeah. You experience yourself in ways that you've forgotten. Yeah. I'm not saying in ways that you haven't experienced before, but in ways that you've forgotten. Yeah. Because it's all about remembering that child dream. Yeah. Because you knew it back then. Yeah. But then the world disturbed your knowing. Do you get what I mean? They disturbed your clear path. Yeah. I'm sure if your parents didn't didn't give you already a script coming into the world, you would have just delivered your own script, because it's just, you have room then. Yeah. You're free to just be really you. Yeah. So all that I'm doing with this, so the thing is this: I've came to this language, to these certain frequencies and vibrations through doing these deep meditations that I do every day. Yeah. So that's kind of like my other, before I do me, or after, I do my meditation. And through the meditation, I can like breathe. Yeah. And then I find myself breathing into all these new places within my body. And then these places produce various frequencies, various vibrations. Yeah. So therefore, it is literally that empty space that is running inside your busy body. Yeah. So, I mean, if you go back to 99% of the atom is space. Yeah. So therefore 99% of your body should be space. Yeah. So what it's doing here is like giving you that
frequency so that you can connect.
That platform for you to kind of like get back on your feet within your own body. Yeah. So therefore it's just kind of like, it's really important to let go, because as long as you're trying to sit there and go, oh, what language is it? Okay, let me try to understand it. Okay, is it this? Is it that? Then you're already failing. Yeah? You're already failing in letting go. Yeah.
Yeah. The ego is getting involved there.
Exactly, because this is exactly what interrupts you from connecting or tapping into yourself within your meditation. That's the reason why most people find meditation impossible, because it's impossible for them to quiet their mind. Yeah, because it's constantly running.
Yeah. What kind of meditations do you do? Because I'm so curious. Do you do like guided meditations, your own meditations with your own music, complete silence? What works for you?
I mean, the thing is this, I wasn't really on that kind of meditation path, etc. You know, I kind of like went to meditation. Yeah, when I was 23, I believe. Yeah, I did Vipassana meditation, where you have to go and meditate for 10 days, 10 hours every day, not eat much really, and yeah,
Wow.
you merely meditating. Yeah, so I never meditated before. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I saw some people meditating, and I was like, oh, this is cool, you know, let me just sit in
Yeah.
there. Yeah, and kind of like partake. And then I went to this
Full on.
full-on experience where I have to meditate the whole entire time. Yeah, and that's how
Wow.
it started. Yeah. And I mean, my first profound experience was there. And then after that, I became a meditation addict. Yeah, because the thing is your body gets to a state of being that it's just really hard to meet in reality and in the
Yeah.
world out there. Yeah, because people usually just design to steer you off your path, you know.
Yeah.
Because they themselves off their path, you know. So therefore, that's the only thing that they can provide you. You know, everyone can only give you what they have. Yeah. So, so yeah.
Yeah.
So therefore.
Yeah, well, and with the music, with this new language you're creating, as the event I went to, and now that Together is Better is here, do you believe like it's something we can experience by attending the festival? Is this something we're able to dive into?
To dive into the experience of liquid gold, or which?
Yeah, into Together is Better. Will we be able to? Would you say we'll be able to get more in touch with our consciousness as well?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is this right now, it's really important to stand up. It's super important to stand up, because if you haven't realized it or not, our identities have been taken away. Yeah. So you don't have a street identity anymore, do you?
A street identity.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, you used to have a coffee shop that you used to go to,
Yeah.
people that you see usually, you know, the local market, whatever it is, whatever
Yeah.
your street identity, you know.
That's true. Yeah, that's gone.
That's gone. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, have you realized that's gone? That's no longer, I mean, now it's kind of like weird to meet people.
It is weird. It is weird.
It's more normal to avoid people, you know, than interact with people. So therefore, within a year, our social behavior has changed drastically towards each other. Yeah, you can say it has been damaged. Yeah. So therefore, Together is Better is the remedy
Yeah.
for the sickness that we are experiencing.
Reconnect.
Yeah, because the thing is this is how you grow your IQ. This is how you grow your circuits, by interacting. This is how you grow your nervous system. This is how you grow your potential, by being a part of
Of a community, yeah, of a whole, instead of being so
us.
individualistic sometimes.
We are, you know, we're social people. You know, we're not meant to be isolated into
Individualist.
our own individual boxes. Yeah. So I mean, the thing is, this is kind of like, okay, so now, you know, and now it's like, I believe the refugees problem has taken over. You know, everyone can feel somewhat what is it like to be a refugee. You know, because
Yeah.
these refugees experienced lockdown, but not because of corona, because of the bombing. Yeah.
Yeah. They don't feel part of a community anymore. They didn't, and now we're all experiencing that.
Exactly.
What has made you so passionate about helping refugees? I love what Jeans for Refugees stand for, and how you're helping the community. And this festival, Together is Better, is all about that, bringing the community together, and also having such a good cause, which helping refugees. What's your story behind it, and how did you become so passionate about this?
I consider myself a refugee myself, yeah, because I've always had a dream since I was a child, and that dream was always met with, "You're a dreamer, you know. You want utopia on Earth? What's wrong with you?" You know.
Yeah.
So therefore, I felt like I was always looking for home. Yeah, I never can find home. Like I traveled around the world a few times, looking for home, going like, okay, where do I find this dream to be true? Nowhere, nowhere but within me. Yeah. So therefore, yeah, that's how to.
Do you have a story with, have you met a refugee that really touched your heart, or
So yeah,
have
exactly.
you,
So yeah. So
no, as well?
so
I
yeah,
like to talk about
yeah,
everything.
yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so has there been someone in particular that you have met, or a group of people, of refugees that have really touched your heart, that have inspired you as well to continue this Jeans for Refugees journey?
I mean, the thing is this right now, continuing the Jeans for Refugee journey, the way we have it, it's really about, the thing is this, if we really truly want to make a difference, we can, yeah. It's really doesn't take so much to end the refugee problem, yeah. But we just have to kind of like, as big entities, governments, whatever it is, yeah, like companies, decide, okay, cool, you know, let's cut some of the budgets from all of this, whatever. I mean, some of the advertisement budgets, you know, can be cut back and you can resolve the problem, you know. Some of the, I mean, if you just cut back
the road work,
yeah,
even
military budget,
today, like,
the military budget for a day, you know, for
yeah,
a year, you know, you resolve the whole entire.
yeah,
So the thing
100%.
is, it's kind of like for us to sit there and kind of like go, oh, we're so disabled, we can't resolve it. You know, it's like, wow, this is too many. I mean, the thing is this now. It's like, you know, like as somebody that's sitting there watching the news and you're looking at all the statistics, yeah, of the future statistics, whether it's economic statistics or job statistics or natural statistics, etc. You know, nothing is looking good. Oh, it's disastrous. I mean, what kind of picture are we painting for the future? Yeah, I mean, we are calling for Armageddon. We are calling for disastrous outcomes. Yeah. So I mean, the thing is, this is like, it's really time to kind of like hit the brakes and go, hey, enough, enough of that. And we need to really change the story,
Rewind, yeah.
change the scenario, yeah. So
yeah.
So the thing is this, it wasn't really meeting anyone in particular. It was just getting to that needing to be human. You get what I mean? It's kind of like when you walking on the street and you see somebody in need and you just walk by as if like they don't exist, you know, I mean, that okay, it has a positive effect maybe on your pocket, on your time, but it has a negative effect as well on your connection to the world outside.
You're disassociating from that person. Again, like what you were saying, being individualistic when we are really all one and we're all connected.
Exactly.
When you did the Jeans for Refugee exhibition at the Saatchi Gallery, though, you missed it. I believe so. Why is it that you sometimes are not part of some events you put together?
I mean, this particular event I missed, not because I did not want to show up and be a part of what I've been doing, you know. No, this one I didn't show up to it because it was, well, because because they were tearing down the camp in Calais.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and I went to help out with that one and missed my event. Yeah.
Well,
So,
you were doing something in a way that was also connecting and helping, so.
yeah, I wanted to be, you know, kind of like, for me, it's like I'm not doing it to be in the media for it, you know, I'm doing it to kind of like make a difference, you know. The thing is, like, at the end of the day, what's the point of doing anything if you're not making a difference with it, because at the end of the
100%.
day, that's the only way I can. I don't know, I said it yesterday to someone. I was like, it's like if you don't take from life, life would not take away from you. Yeah. So kind of like do your best to walk that path where you're not taking away from life and you're just contributing to life, and then you'll contribute to, as well, life will contribute to you.
Yeah.
So
I think it's that sense of purpose, isn't it? That we all crave for, and we all, if we feel like we're having a purpose and we're helping the world, then we are more connected to that inner being.
yeah, because then you are a part of the experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we're not all rich and have our dream met and talented and etc. No, but the thing is this now. I don't have to be a snob or be disconnected or be way up there because I'm so good. No, it's more about like, yeah, I'm so good because so I can have so many possibilities to bring that goodness to the rest. Yeah, it's just being, because the thing is this, it's like that scarcity mentality. It's kind of like, oh, if I don't hold on to it, it's going to be taken away from me. But I'm like, if it's not yours, then it's going to be taken away from you. Then chill out and just relax.
Yeah.
Your journey. So
Your mindset is actually very abundant. Like there's plenty for everyone,
exactly.
and there's plenty for you, including the creativity of your work.
Exactly. So that's the reason why I'm saying, 7 billion people is not disastrous. It's not that where the disaster is coming from. It's not the challenge that we're facing. Now, it's not 20 billion people. It's how the 20 billion people decide and choose to live on Earth. Yeah.
Yeah.
If some are choosing to destroy the land for billions to come, and the waters for billions to come, then it's a problem. Yeah, then we are looking at, there's a lot of population and we need to reduce the population. But that's what I mean. It's just kind of like it's where you put your
energy as
yeah.
well.
Well,
and you clearly put beautiful energy on your artwork. As you remember, I have there your painting that I love, and it just gives me such good vibes and like Ibiza vibes all the way. And I was just wondering, what inspires Johny Dar's work? Like, what inspires your creations?
Okay, it's purely the feeling, yeah. But the thing is to build up to this feeling, to build up to this dream, yeah. I go and experience the world, yeah. I take pictures. I don't take pictures on my phone. I never really take pictures myself, yeah. I just
really,
yeah.
You carry your camera.
Memories, just like kind of like a feeling. Because thing is, this is really hard to translate the feeling through the visual, yeah, through the picture, unless you are doing it the way I'm doing it.
yeah. That you're transmitting it.
Exactly. So
in color.
Exactly. It just kind of like at the end of the day ends up being that repainting of that image, yeah, that I saw, yeah, in nature. But now with that feeling integrated, that sound of the wave, by the way I end up shaping the water, ends up being the shape of the frequency of the water. Do you go? So this is kind of like what my art, what I say is, I mean, usually for me, it's, I paint what I hear and I sing what I see. So
it's beautiful.
It's really, yeah.
Paint what I hear and I sing what I see. That is a beautiful, beautiful quote.
Thank you. Yeah, but this is kind of like to sum up what I do.
Yeah, and this reminds me of the work you do, the body painting, the body artwork. I read somewhere that you will have a general idea of what you're doing, but you also go with the feeling of the person, because you can really feel that frequency, I suppose. So it's kind of like improvised in a way, a little bit. Is your artwork improvised, or do you have a plan? Like, do you have an idea of what you're going to make before you're going to make it? How do you work like that?
Well, It depends. So basically, most of it is improvised, but improvised with kind of like, okay, cool, I'm gonna do this pattern, and I'm gonna flow with the body with these colors with this certain feelings, yeah, or capture this certain emotion, yeah. Or I end up doing it where I just kind of like just end up following exactly the storyline of the body and bring out that storyline, yeah. Bring out that storyline and kind of like basically think of it this way. Think of it as think of it as a broken bone, yeah. So it's a broken chord of frequency, of vibration, yeah. So what I end up doing is like I end up feeling that disconnection, and I end up drawing that connection, you know. And by drawing that connection, the person ends up feeling, yeah, that adjustment, because basically all of our memories are stored under our skin, yeah, within this matrix that we end up personally creating individually based on the way we digest the information that we take in, yeah. So if we feel more jealous within this information, we end up registering it differently than if we feel more love with that information, you know, so towards that information. So that's the reason why having the correct emotional intelligence towards anything that you're observing is the key, yeah. Because the thing is this: if you're storing the information in the wrong place in your body, yeah, that furthers the disconnection between your left and right eye. That furthers the disconnection between your left and right hemispheres. That furthers the disconnection between your own body, that invites all sicknesses in and all fears, yeah. So you do the rest of the month, you know.
Yeah, and you talk about this new renaissance a lot, and you've been called the Renaissance man as well. What is this new renaissance that you perceive, and how is this happening right now for us?
You can see, you know, we're kind of like right now forced. We've been changed within a year. I mean, if you haven't noticed or not, I mean, that right now it's kind of like if you cannot organize your life online, you are out of the game. Yeah. So, grandma, you know, sorry, you know, can't do it. I can't do it.
Yes.
I know why I'm talking about grandma. I can't do it.
But yeah, I know what you mean. Like if we're not constantly on our phones and our computer, if our jobs don't include the digital, it's yeah.
I'm like having. I mean, I love you, you know, but I'm having the worst experience in my life, you know, trying to communicate with you over the screen, you know. I'm a very.
Well, I'm very grateful though, because I don't know, it would have been hard to meet Johny Dara in real life, as we know. He's quite a mystery, so I am grateful for that. I mean, there is, for me, what I have learned in all this time is like, I feel like there's been a completely shift in consciousness from our 3D world going more 5D. Those of us who have been, you know, trying to go more inside, like you were telling me the other day, we were going outside, and now we're going inside. Is this new renaissance part of that as well?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, this is kind of like if you look around and you see what happened to the creative industry. Yeah, the creative industry got to a point where it just couldn't deliver anymore. Anything new. It's just on a loop. It's just looping. It's just digging graves, basically, and just recycling itself, you know? So that's the reason why I kind of like decided to disconnect as well, because I'm like, I'm not recycling old shit, you know. Pretty much either bringing a new perspective, a new elevated situation to, you know, perspective, or otherwise I don't want to be a part of the recycling game. You know, the recycling of old thoughts, old ideas, old art, old music, etc. Yeah, kind of done with a new tweak, with a new twist, more eye candy, more ear candy. At the end of the day, you're just full of sweets and it's just junk, So
This is the new renaissance, like the new
no, this is
perspective.
where this is where we at right now. It's kind of like it got in
That's what
we pretty much within the past 10 years we managed to recycle everything that we've done in the past thousand
Yeah, it's the same.
years, and made it into shit at the end. Made it.
You see it a lot in fashion as well, don't you?
Yeah.
I see it a lot. Same.
Yeah, of course, because everyone is afraid to actually to step out of the merchandising game, because if you don't fit the merchandising of the whatever you're selling to, then you don't fit. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's a big risk. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's it's kind of like doors. You have to see it as doors. And these, fashion door, the door to the fashion world, the door to the music world, the door to whatever industry. And these doors are controlled. and if you don't fit the category, and if you don't fit the checkpoints, then you're not getting in.
Well, you certainly have gone, like, you are such a renaissance man indeed. Like, what you have created is so original and so different, and such is, like, we were talking about the language in your music and also your fashion. In regards to the music, there's the language Dardelica, that is am I pronouncing it right?
Dardelica,
Dardelica.
It's our dance music.
Oh, unique. Yeah, it's so unique, and it's very futuristic. And you told me how this came to you, this language came to you as well through meditating and going inside and listening to your inner being. Is there something else that you know about that you would like to share with us? Like some knowledge or something you've discovered in your meditations and that you evoke through this language, perhaps?
I mean, the thing is this, before I meditated, before I started meditating, an incident happened to me where I kind of like stepped out of this world into another world,
What happened?
I mean, it's, I've walked through
like an out-of-body experience.
An out-of-body experience. I mean, in body, out of body, kind of like out of this world experience where I've got to see another world, that is parallel to this world.
Is it like another dimension?
Yeah, it's another dimension. Yeah, it's another world that's parallel to this world. Yeah, and basically, it's kind of like the world before this world. Yeah.
Okay.
And this is where I got to first hear the language.
Oh my God, that is so cool. That is so cool. It's quantum. It's like quantum jumping. That's what it sounds like.
It was. Yeah, I mean, it was. I mean, it was very real. It was a very real experience. I mean, kind of like, I mean, I was with my ex-girlfriend at that time, and we were driving to Los Angeles from Seattle on a business trip. And then she was driving, and it was too late, and we couldn't find a hotel, so we ended up parking in the mountain, and in the park by the mountain. I mean, it was in the mountain foothill. Yeah. So. Yeah, and as we got there, I'm like, I don't know if I want to tell the story or not,
I love it. This is what I want to know, and I'm so into this, and I think all the Johny Dar fans want to know about this because this is the experience we're looking for. I feel like everyone who's part of Together is Better and this community is coming in with such an open heart and an open mind.
Yeah.
That I feel like these experiences just help us understand more where you're coming from as well. And it's just so interesting. So when you were driving and then suddenly you were like in a different world?
No, so basically, you're getting me to tell the story, aren't you?
I want to know the story, Johny. We all want to know the story.
See, I've been like, just kind of like, don't want to tell the story. I'm like, here's the creations, enjoy it and elevate. Here. So, So basically what happened was, I can't believe it. Okay, so, Now am I telling this story? Okay, so
Tell me,
yeah.
because it will help us. It will help. I think it's an experience that when you share with us, it will help us all.
Okay, so basically, when we got to the mountain, when we got to the parking lot, you know, I got up because I was kind of half asleep, half awake, and I looked at her. I was like, "Are we here?" And she's like, "Yes, I'm just parking." So she put it in gear. No, she put it on park, and she put the gear in park, and basically looked at me, and I looked at her, and then I started laying back on my seat. And then basically this bright light comes on, and these two beings come from each side and kind of like carry me through the car.
And she was seeing that happen too.
Here's the story.
She was completely aware of what was going on
In
too.
the car, yeah. So basically, I ended up going on my journey, you know, which I'm not gonna talk any further about.
Okay. Did she go on her journey
So
too?
when I came back to the car, yeah, I reached out to touch her, and once I touched her, she screamed and flipped upside down, and she was like, "Oh my god, oh my god!" I was like, "What's going on?" She's like, "I don't know what happened. You know, I just levitated on top of the car, and I was just in a circle, just spiraling on top of the car."
Yeah.
And just when you touched me, I came back to the car, and I looked to the side, and there was a gnome looking at me and a fairy. I was like, okay, that was your experience. Great.
Okay.
How do I make anything out of anything there? You know, so I just kind of like, I don't know. I just went back to sleep, and I got up in the morning, and I was like, none of this happened. You know, none of this existed really. And then I go into town to get a cup of coffee to continue on my journey, just running out. Oh, no. What happened was this. I got out of the car in the morning, and a bear just came by. It just came through the garbage and pretty much, and our food, whatever, and the garbage there, and just kind of like it was full. And then I see the guy that's taking care of the park. Yeah, the park taker. Yeah. And he's like, and I was like, wow, man, it's like, I can't wait to get out of here. He's like, well, what happened? I was like, you know, I had a full-on experience. He's like, why? Did you go into the city in the mountain? I was like, what city in the mountain? I need to get out of here, man.
Yeah.
I need to get back to my normal life. Yeah. So anyway, but then I ended up in this little town getting a cup of coffee, and then the experience just continued because there was more stories in town, and I was like going like, what? This is too crazy. I need to get out of here. I need to get to my meeting in Los Angeles. But anyway, so I can't believe
That's
it.
so interesting. That's so interesting. How long was the experience in our time?
I have no clue. You know, that's
No clue.
like I have no clue. I just know that she definitely made it worse for me by confirming that the experience really happened.
Did happen. But okay, so I understand you don't want to share exactly what happened, but do you actually remember everything that happened, or is it like blurry?
Oh yeah, like I remember. Yeah, no, it was
You
very.
remember vividly.
Yeah,
And it's an experience that changed you and shaped you and gave you new tools and a new vision.
I mean, it's an experience that shocked me out of my Hollywood Johnny Daughter experience.
Mhm.
It's an experience that kind of like was like, okay, hold on a second. Is reality how I was told, or reality is very different? You know? Yeah, I mean,
Amazing.
definitely changed.
How long ago was this?
Oh my, that was a while ago.
A while ago, right? So it clearly has impacted
Yeah,
your life and your work. That's amazing.
I mean, that's why I wanted to go and do the meditation, because I wanted to kind of like calm down and just relax and kind of like
Yeah.
forget the experience. And then I ended up elevating further in the experience.
Embracing the experience.
Yeah, it just like enriched the experience actually. And so,
Oh, wow.
so,
Amazing. I
Yeah.
love it.
yeah,
Thank you so much for sharing. That's very cool.
yeah, for sure.
Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. I've been, I'm really into, I mean, when I say really, as much as I can understand not being a, a physicist, but I really like quantum physics, and um, I love meditating, and I have had some, nothing like it, but I have had some meditation experiences where my body is really vibrating.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you take it farther, you could reach other levels of consciousness, or even other dimensions potentially, if and when you're ready.
Yeah,
So
exactly. I mean, and those dimensions and those consciousness, do translate to your actual physical.
being,
Ability.
physical life.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
freeing up your abilities, to come through.
Yeah, well, you are very big on empowering people to be creative. How do you what would you recommend people right now that maybe are a bit down or finding it hard to be creative? So we know there's meditation, there's freeing yourself. Is there any other recommendation you have for people today?
I mean, the thing is this right now. Okay, the advice. I mean, the thing is this. What I've been practicing lately is reoccupying my entire body. Yeah. So the thing is this: we're born into this world, and we're taught to occupy everything outside of us. Yeah, like so. Oh, I want to occupy this girlfriend. I want to occupy this boyfriend. I want to occupy this house. This. It's like we're constantly looking outward, to satisfy an internal satisfaction, internal chemical release. Yeah. So we never really are shown how to look inward and start occupying our own body, occupying the ability of this finger to perform its best. Yeah. Occupying the ability of my eye to see the best. Yeah. I mean, if you're busy occupying yourself, most likely you're not busy watching others live their life. Yeah. So,
That is true.
so what I suggest and recommend to everyone is to start looking inward and start enhancing their own performance, their own being in their own body, their own immune system, enhance their own immune system, enhance their own ability to cope with their self, because this is what a lot of people are facing right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the fact that they cannot deal with themselves sitting at home.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And that's why it's hard as well.
Yeah.
Now we gotta sit at home alone with ourselves,
Yeah.
instead of looking what everyone's doing or going out and about and pretending like.
Exactly. So now, the closer you get to insanity, the closer you get to enlightenment. Do you see how that goes? So use this insanity to get to enlightenment, because I believe a lot of people are going to lose it by the summer.
Yeah. Gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the thing is this, a lot of people are just going like, oh, the next carrot. No, here's the next carrot. Look, it's coming, so let's not blow up yet. But I believe,
And it's been a year.
yeah, I believe people are just going to be blowing up like fireworks, as we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, Johny, and last but not least, what is next for Johny Da? What are your projects? What are you working on? What can you reveal about what's coming? What's exciting you right now and for the future?
Okay, what's really exciting, I believe, is, Liquid Gold and the visual journey of Liquid Gold, which is we're working day and night right now to finish, because this is so important. To have that visual journey, to listen to the music and listen to the sound journey, sound and visual together, so therefore you're able to travel to those parts of your body, understand what this language is doing, visually, so you're able to actually connect the audio and because the thing is this, a good part of our misperception lies in the disconnections of the frequencies between our eyes and our ears. So with this, I'm aiming to deliver that connection. And I believe this is going to be the first
Oh, I can't wait.
drop in towards that renaissance, towards this new renaissance, because for me it's really exciting because it's giving your soul, this mind, this voice inside of your head that tell you to do things, giving it its place and space within your body, because the thing is this now, the more you enhance your connection with your soul, your soul is this other little being that is existing within your body. It's your soul is this is one thing that was revealed to me in this Vipassana meditation, which was so amazing. I saw my soul as this DJ playing my two.
Really? Oh my God.
Yeah, literally. And it's like my two hemispheres. Yeah. And basically,
That's so cool.
yeah, it was a shocking moment. It was like a moment of like, wow, it's like seeing this part of you that's like never revealed, but then it almost like a hit show up and you're like, wow, okay. And this is what IQ.me is really as well designed for. I mean, and it's what helped me do. It's kind of like further connect the misconnections between me and my soul. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And how to really become one. Because at the end of the day, your soul is the one that's really driving the car that is your body. So when you are too lost watching your arm and how fat it is and or how skinny it is or whatever is your trick on your arm, you're forgetting that you cannot move forward because it's your tire, and if you keep looking at the tire, the vehicle will never move forward, so that's where the soul, and situating the soul accordingly within your own consciousness and your own body is the key, because then you're not lost anymore, then you're actually operating your own vehicle, not an idea that's operating your own vehicle.
Well, thank you so much, Johny, for creating these experiences where we can connect more with our inner being, and through your music, through your art, through Liquid Gold, and now Together is Better, we can really reconnect with each other, with ourselves, and help the world. Thank you so much for this super special interview. I am so honored to have spoken to you, and I cannot wait to meet you in person. And Together is definitely better.
Thank you for being with us. It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you for contributing to the cause and being one together in this Together is Better, coming together festival online. It's
good vibes.
Good vibes. Yeah, it's fantastic vibes. It's the vibes that we all need, that, hey, look, we're still alive, we're still people, and we still care for each other, and we still talk to each other, and we're still social, and we're still together.
Oh, it's always great to hear from Johny, isn't it? And also lovely to hear some words from Whitney.
So here we come to the Together is Better giveaway, sponsored by our wonderful host, the One Aldwych Hotel here in London.
To enter the giveaway, all you have to do is follow the One Aldwych Hotel and Jeans for Refugees on Instagram and comment under the last image on both of their pages.
The winners will be announced within 24 hours after the festival on both the Jeans for Refugees and the One Aldwych Instagram channels. So stay tuned after tonight to find out if you are a lucky winner. The giveaway prizes are
a 60-minute spa session for two and a lunch.
and a one-night stay for two in a deluxe room with 2 cocktails in the lobby bar.
Sounds amazing.
Yes indeed. So you know what to do. It's super simple to enter. Just follow those pages on Instagram, comment under the last post, and stay tuned tomorrow for when we announce the winners. And now over to the sofa where Jazz is going to be interviewing Claire from Care for Calais.
Welcome to the studio, Claire.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I want to start from the beginning and ask you, how did Care for Calais come about? How did this work start for you?
It wasn't a plan and it wasn't an intention. I am actually a chartered accountant and I had a very different life. But I read an article about people drowning in the Mediterranean and it really upset me because nobody should drown in the Mediterranean. You know, the countries around there, they have lifeboats, they have navies, and I didn't understand why it was happening. So I was reading about it, and I couldn't find a charity that was doing anything about it at that time either. And I found a little tiny group of people who were driving down to Calais. So I decided to go with them. So it was impetuous. I didn't have a plan to start a charity at all, but I just went.
When was that?
That was in 2015, when there was a lot of stuff on social media. In fact, I think it was you. Yes, it was you that started a lot of this stuff on social media. And there was a lot of people around the UK who were sending stuff down to Calais. So when I got there, it was just such a shock. It was such a shock. I mean, you know what it was like. It's something that you never expect to see in Europe. There was this square mile of dirt with just ordinary people, families, children, not having enough food, not having anywhere to sleep, not having clothes. I've never in my life seen anything like that.
People just like you or I, right? People like our families that were living in tents in the mud.
Yeah.
It was life-changing. I remember it was the beginning of the Worldwide Tribe around that time as well, and it totally changed the course of my life. So I totally resonate with you on that, in that sense. So you haven't been, I guess you've been accounting in a different way since, haven't you?
Definitely.
Did you think that you'd still be doing this nearly 6 years later?
No, I really didn't. It was a knee-jerk response, but I honestly, naively believed that all we had to do was get food and clothes and blankets to those people for a few months, and then somebody more important, a government or, I don't know, a big NGO would come over and fix it. And I really believed that. And one of the worst moments I ever remember was going into the second winter, because the first winter was horrific. It was horrific, you know, it was cold and wet and going to negative degrees and people were living outside. But at that point, I still believed it was going to be fixed. And when we started to go towards the second winter and I realised that we were doing it again and it hadn't been fixed and it probably wasn't going to be, I think that was one of the worst realisations I've ever had.
So it was that losing of hope, basically.
Yeah.
And I think you weren't alone in feeling that, right? A lot of the people who were actually experiencing that, living there, started to feel the same. Yeah.
And then here we are now. I mean, I never dreamt. I had no understanding really of the politics behind it when I went into it. One of the most ridiculous things was when I was first there and I met a man from Syria. I actually said, "Where's Syria?" I didn't know what had happened there. I really didn't know what I was doing. I spent 5 years learning, unfortunately, learning a lot of really unwelcome, bad truths. But yeah, we're still here.
And I guess that just shows that you don't need a background in the humanitarian sector. You don't need to know what's happening in Syria. You just need a bit of basic humanity.
Yeah, to me, it's really simple. There are people in trouble and we help them. And that's all it is. You see somebody in trouble, you help them. There's nothing more to it than that.
I couldn't agree more. So how have things changed in Calais since that time? Have they improved?
Most unfortunately, it's got worse and worse. Calais is now the worst I've ever seen it. We thought it was really bad at the beginning. It was bad at the beginning. Now it's horrific. Our governments have become more and more hostile. They really believe that if they treat people badly enough, they won't come. But that's just such a misunderstanding of what a refugee is. Refugees run away because they have no choice. So no matter how badly you treat them, they're not going to stop coming. But the way they treat them, it's awful. They are no longer allowed to have tents at all. They take them away, they slash them. People are sleeping outside. We're just coming out of winter again. We've had minus temperatures. People were sleeping under bridges, but they put barbed wire under the bridges. They're sleeping on concrete behind supermarkets, in disused petrol stations, on scraps of mud in Dunkirk. These are families and ordinary people. There's an actual food ban. There are places in Calais where it is illegal to give food to hungry people. I find that absolutely unbelievable. People I tell don't believe me. There are places in Calais you can't give food to people who are hungry and it's against the law. How can that be possible?
I think my eyes were open to a lot of laws when we were there as well. You can't even have
a refugee or a displaced person or in your car, right? You can't even drive with them. Like legally, there's so many things that are basically criminalized in when you're just it's a humanitarian response. It's basic human needs. It's been very shocking to me too, that. So let's talk about the current situation. How has COVID affected what you've been doing with Care for Calais?
COVID has been hard for everybody, but refugees are right at the edge of society, that they have few rights, and so I think they're in real danger when something like this happens. In Calais, it was a real shock because a lot of NGOs just pulled out or shut down. One of the worst things is that the refugee response really across Europe has been very much a civil society response. It hasn't been governments and it hasn't been big NGOs. And the small organisations are not set up to deal with a global pandemic. You know, they don't have the facilities or the training or the money to deal with a global pandemic, and a lot of them shut down. And that's awful because people were depending on them for food, for clothes, you know, for everything, for their daily lives. But nobody knew, when COVID started, it was terrifying. Nobody knew how to deal with it and nobody knew what it meant. But the refugees are the last on the list. We were lucky, we got some really, really good advice right at the beginning and we operated right the way through. But for the first 3 months, we were the only source of food in Calais and Dunkirk, and we worked really, really hard to deliver that because we had less volunteers than ever and we were the only ones still operating.
And it's also changed your operations to focus more in the UK, right? Can we talk a little bit about that, what you've been doing here in England over this last year?
Yeah, this year's been really eventful. This year we have started a brand new UK operation and it's grown really fast. We now have 500-600 volunteers in the UK, right across the UK, working mostly with people who've recently arrived. But the reasons for it are really sad. The reasons are, for the first time, I'm seeing people in the UK being treated pretty much as badly as they are in Calais, and that breaks my heart because this is our country. I've met people in the UK with no shoes, standing in the street outside a supermarket in winter in flip-flops. This is our country. We get calls from people who don't have food. We get calls from people who desperately need a lawyer. There were just so many people phoning us because we knew them from Calais, but they were phoning us and saying they were in trouble and we had to help them. And it's been amazing. I mean, the response from our volunteers and our supporters is just fantastic. And it totally belies anything that you might hear about UK people not wanting to support refugees. But the reasons for it are really sad.
Yeah, I mean, I've been really impressed and amazed by what you guys have been doing to support the guys in Napier and Penally Barracks. Can we talk a little bit about what's happening there? Because I think that we had an idea when we were in Calais that what was unfolding was right on our doorstep and was truly shocking. But this year, the last few months, in fact, it's been even closer to home, right? And equally as shocking. Maybe we can talk a little bit about that for those who don't know.
Yeah, what has happened in the barracks has been really sad and really disappointing. And unfortunately, possibly even intentional, because it has emerged that the government opened the barracks because they didn't want to be seen to be treating refugees well, which is really sad. And they haven't. The people who have been in the barracks have been living in really poor conditions. It's not nice at all. Even worse than that though, the COVID pandemic there has just been absolutely shocking. I mean, the whole country has been working so hard against COVID. You know, everybody has been playing their part, and yet we have this place where the government were told it wasn't suitable for people in the pandemic, and yet they put 400 people in together with no room for social distancing. And guess what? The pandemic ripped across it. Nearly half the people got COVID, and it was so predictable. And, you know, it's just completely wrong. It's completely wrong when the whole country has been pulling together to fight against the pandemic. To do this almost deliberately, it's outrageous.
And I think on an emotional level as well, that, you know, we have this conversation about mental health for refugees as well, right? And the fact that people were being housed in ex-army barracks that were not fit for purpose, very conditions that were completely unfit for purpose, I guess. But the fact that you know, they were also able to hear live artillery, and they were also experiencing a lot of discrimination at the hands of the staff as well, right? That the impact of that mentally for a lot of people has been big. Can you talk a little bit to that point?
Yeah, unfortunately, there have been multiple problems in the barracks. There's been a complete failure to recognise that the refugees, these are people who terrible things have happened to. You know, they've lost their families in conflicts, they might have been tortured or persecuted, and that they need a degree of care, that should be obvious, and yet there was no provision for their mental health. There was very, very little provision for their physical health. You know, people have not been able to see doctors when they've needed them, and they could be victims of torture, so that's, you know, serious need for doctors. The mental health problems have just been made so much worse by the fact that they are in an army barracks, and these are people who've survived conflict, so the associations for them are really awful. They've been trapped with, their asylum claims are incredibly important to them. You know, they've gone through hell to get here and claim asylum, but they've been given either no information or, even worse, false information that's left them so confused and so frightened. And it's a combination of all these factors, as well as the bad living conditions, as well as the fear of COVID. So many different things that come into play, but putting them together leads to such a toxic environment. And they really didn't trust the staff, because the staff were giving them this wrong information that was confusing them. The staff weren't helping them if they needed to see a doctor or a dentist. Just a really small example, there was a guy that we worked with who had a really bad tooth problem, and he was in such bad pain he couldn't sleep for over a month. You know, that's really serious. There was various examples of people self-harming. There was, I think, 7 suicide attempts. There was a hunger strike. It's just multiple factors that on top of each other. It's just, how can this have happened in our country? You know, we are a normal, compassionate, caring society, that we don't let this happen to people. What has changed in our society that this could happen in England?
So well said. Thank you for sharing that. How can people get involved in Care for Calais and what you're doing here in the UK and in Calais at the moment?
There are so many ways to get involved now. Like I say, we've grown. I can't believe all the things that we're doing. We welcome volunteers in France, obviously, and there's so much to do over there, and we love people going over and having the experience and seeing it for themselves as well, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. So when people see it, that's really the best thing, because then you know what the reality is. We now have groups all over the country, so we love people getting involved with that, getting involved either hands-on with the asylum seekers and their problems, or we need people to collect stuff, we need people to raise money, we need help with the logistics of getting stuff around the country and to France. We have remote volunteers who do virtual volunteering. They can help with all kinds of different things as well, admin tasks or actual hands-on, helping people get registered with doctors, helping them to phone migrant help if they have problems, doing welfare checks remotely. There's so much going on at the moment, there's so much, but you know, it's all people power. We are 99% a volunteer charity. That's our strength. We are people helping people. So the more people, the more we can do.
Amazing. Claire, what is the most important message that you would like to share with the audience about refugees today?
Refugees are people who bad things have happened to. So just the same as being in a car crash or having your house broken into, that is something bad that happens to you. It's not your fault, it just happens. And a refugee is the same. Something happened, war came to their country. It wasn't their fault. And when somebody's in trouble, you help them. It's the most natural thing in the world. And helping refugees is no different. It's just somebody that something bad has happened to and they're asking us for help. So we should help them. It's normal.
Claire, thank you so much for sharing these words and for being here today and all of the work that you've done over the last few years.
Thank you.
Next up, we're going back to the sofa for an interview with Philli from Choose Love. It's such a pleasure to be on this sofa with you.
It's an absolute pleasure for me too.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
It has. We go a long way back.
Absolutely. Well, that's a good place to start, actually. That's my first question. Maybe you can take us right back to the beginning and tell us how Choose Love began.
Yeah, we started 5.5 years ago. Similar
Wild.
similar time to you. In fact, I saw your Facebook post, and that was the first thing that really got to me personally and got me engaged in thinking, what can I do to like contribute in some way to this atrocity, this situation that all these human beings are living like that, so close to London, so close to Paris, between two of the richest countries in the entire world. And very shortly after that, I responded to Josie, put a post on Facebook saying, does anyone want to get involved? Does anyone want to help out? We're going to take some stuff to Calais. We want to show that we don't agree with these narratives that we're seeing from certain politicians, that we're reading the press. We're just going to go and collect some stuff and go to Calais and drop it off with a local group. And yeah, basically, as you know, it was the same time that you were starting out. There was such a surge in public support, public love, people who felt exactly the same as us. And as a result, within a week, we'd raised £56,000. We'd filled a floor of Big Yellow storage with donations that people wanted to give. And so we went to Calais to see, like, what were we going to do with this money? Where were we going to send all this stuff? And when we got there, we saw, you know, as you did, that there were over 5,000 people living there in camps that were just absolutely not like just unimaginably horrific. No toilets, no showers, no rubbish disposal service, torn tents, people with no shoes on, and in the end we stayed in Calais. We hooked up with amazing local organisation run by some incredible retired Calaisians, Auberge des Migrants, heroes, Maya, and we stayed, and we kind of became a sort of umbrella for all of the amazing human beings who were coming and giving their time, volunteering, coming to Calais to show their solidarity. And we kind of quite quickly developed this platform, and we were able to raise funds. We were able to talk about what we were seeing. We were able to raise funds for the people who were setting up the Women's Centre, for the people who were distributing firewood. We were doing shelter building, and we had these dedicated pages, and the public really loved that transparency, the fact that they knew where the money was going, and that they could come and volunteer if they wanted to, or they could do a collection at home. And it was that people power momentum, which I think was such a that moment in the grassroots, just normal people just stepping up when the big organizations and governments that we would expect to be doing something to help people fleeing the most horrendous situations, just looking to have some safety in their lives, you know. And so normal human beings just step up, and it's the same thing that we still see now. And we are 5.5 years later, and we're in 15 countries funding 160 grassroots organisations. So in the same way as those people that came and were just setting up the Women's Centre, setting up a youth centre, programmes like that across 15 countries, just working in the kindest possible ways in the most brutal contexts. And one of the amazing things is that now a lot of those organisations are run by the people who themselves have lived experience, people from the refugee community, which is obviously incredibly important. So yeah, it's been a long journey, and it's been a pleasure to work with you guys and
it's
kind
been
of
a wild
collaborate
ride,
over the years. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that first kind of period of time, it was a truly magical experience to be part of, wasn't it? How much people were galvanised and mobilised to do something exactly as you say, where there was holes left by the larger NGOs. And it was really life-changing, I know, for me, but it sounds like for you as well, right? That, I don't know, what were you doing before?
I had a festival fashion business before.
Amazing.
Very, very different indeed. Yeah, and I was kind of in my second year of running that. I was about to kind of got some investment secured, and that was my plan for the following year. I was just going to take a few weeks out, and I ended up going to Calais and staying for almost a year. And then
it does
nothing
just
was the same.
change everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's like coming back to the UK after that experience. I think you come back with a renewed perspective and vision, right?
Yeah, I think it's easy to kind of not I guess it's you're being confronted with some of the most horrendous injustices that there are in the world, because people, because of where they're born, are confined to living in these hellholes with, like, you know, conditions that we wouldn't deem fit for animals. because they happen to be born in a place where it's not safe for them to live and to exist, and where their kids can't go to school, and you can't, we always say, like, you can't kind of unsee that. And then, so I think, like so many people, you just find, like, what's the thing that you can do, like, what can you contribute as a human, and then just do that. And it's never enough, but it's something.
Exactly, especially when it's one part of a much bigger, beautiful operation, which is what Choose Love has become. And it's been so amazing to see that growth over the last 5.5 years. So maybe we can talk a little bit about the impact that you guys have now and all of the people that you're funding.
Yeah, I mean, the partnerships that we have all been, like, very organic. And, like, since we started, we have a lot of the same partners that we just really quickly, through Facebook Messenger groups, acquired by just getting connected to people back in 2015 and 2016. So people who were just there, setting up a women's centre, setting up a school, buying tents, buying nappies. And those groups have kind of formalised in the sense of, like, now they're official registered charities, and they do, you know, there's all the due diligence, and there's reporting, and there's the kind of, it's more infrastructure, but there's still the real, like, focus on the services provided. It's like staying grassroots. It's based on what does the community want and need, what are people asking for, rather than kind of a decision being made a million miles away in the head office of some NGO because some massive report's been written. There's obviously a space for everyone to collaborate together in different ways, but things change so quickly, as you know, in the places where we're working, and you just have to, our partners, they're like trusted groups of people who have the best of intentions and who just do whatever they can and go the extra mile to try and just make things a bit better in whatever ways, that kind of, whatever that looks like in the context. And so it just spreads across kind of like all sectors, really. So everything, we're increasing and doing a lot more legal support now, because it's 5.5 years in, and people are still, you know, many people have been living in the same or similar kind of camp environments for years now, even just since we started. So more investment in trying to help people, like, get themselves out and be able to actually start new lives in safety, and then all of the fundamentals kind of services we fund the grassroots groups providing, so medical, dental, safe spaces for women, dedicated services for LGBT refugees who have their own kind of set of challenges in a lot of situations, and in terms of being able to gain asylum, and then schools still, accommodation programs, kind of everything in between. We're still in northern France. It's still, as you know, the situation there, it's as bleak as ever, unfortunately. It's still just, you know, there's no real community spaces. People are getting their stuff confiscated on a daily basis. So that's one of the areas where it's one of the saddest.
And I feel like, at least when the jungle was there as we knew it in 2015, people in the UK seem to have a general awareness of of the situation there. But now, often when I talk about northern France, people are like, oh, there's still refugees and asylum seekers there. I thought that wasn't the case anymore. It's like there's less awareness now of the situation, and it's more desperate than ever.
Yeah, because those kind of spaces of community and kind of solidarity are just have been removed, and now the people are just, because everyone's kind of undercover, the people are just exposed to the much high levels of police brutality, and then it's people's mental health is obviously going to suffer as a result of, you know, it's like a form of torture. I think the like sleep deprivation, not feeling, you know, the level of safety, the level of security is just, it's almost non-existent.
Exactly.
I just can't imagine, you know, and it's like the fact that we are doing that to human beings, because the British taxpayer is paying for that, for those that had to happen via the CRS. Those are services that we are funding. So yeah, it's one of life's like great sort of devastating realities, I think, what's going on there.
Yeah, it's such a shame on our country. It gives me goosebumps actually to think about when you speak about that. So let's talk about something positive and beautiful. Let's talk about the Choose Love shop, the store, the concept of that and how it works.
I think the thing about the Choose Love shop is it kind of quite a lovely segue, because I think it's quite a depressing and sad subject matter generally in a lot of the contexts where we're working. And of course there's like these pockets of joy and hope and positivity, and people create these communities, and a lot of the organizations that we support like bring such light and such hope. But I think the reason that Choose Love Shop as a concept is something that people connected with is that it is empowering in a way. You browse these items: sleeping bags, tents, women's support, LGBT support, education supplies. You can kind of choose to pick something either for yourself or to give to someone as a gift, and you pay for that item, and we at Choose Love via our partners make sure that that item or that service gets to someone who needs it in one of the 15 countries where we work. And so I think it's, people get to choose. I think people like that choosing, the agency of going, okay, what, like, and then the feeling of connection and kind of to the person who is going to be receiving that item or service. It's like it's an act of solidarity in a way. It's because it's a lot of these things are everyday items, like things like people seeing sanitary pads, people seeing, you know, packs of food. Like, these are things that we all understand that they're needed, and some of us, by dint of where we're born, have an easier access to them than others. So I think I think it allows people to connect with their fellow humans, and you feel that in the Choose Love Shop when people come in and they choose things, and it's not that kind of old school traditional charity feel where you feel like guilty into giving. I think that's the thing that I love about it, and about the way that the grassroots generally fundraises is, I think we do it via human connection, and what do we have in common, and, you know, what can we do to like, how can we help, and it's like there's we're all equal. Some of us have been given unequal chances, but we're all equal fundamentally, and I think that's part of the magic of the Choose Love Shop.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. We're all human, and we all have these basic needs, and exactly as you say, it's like the people, those of us that do have the luxury, I guess, of not considering our safety on a daily basis or having access to our basic human needs, we have the responsibility to make sure that we do what we can for those who don't, right? And that's what is so beautiful about the store, is that it's a clear way that you can. And I think as well, as you say, that as a consumer, as an experience, you kind of get it, because you're shopping essentially, but not for you, which is the best kind of shopping. It makes you feel amazing.
Yeah, hopefully.
Awesome. Yeah, I love it. So in all of your years with Choose Love, are there any experiences or people or places that you particularly want to highlight, or that come up for you when I say that? Anyone or anywhere that you'd like to talk about?
I think, oh God, I'm gonna cry.
I know, it's so broad.
It's just I guess it's like I was 31 when we started, so I'd already done quite a lot of working and quite a lot of living, and I just feel like I basically every day since we started, like I felt this like sense of purpose and this sense of connectedness with other people, and so it's like every day, ever since the first day, kind of going to Big Yellow Storage and meeting all the volunteers there and feeling all this love and seeing the best of humans, like this willingness and like passion and yearning to do something. And that's what I've felt every single day since we started, and that's what I feel when I get out of bed in the morning, and every email, like basically every phone call and every meeting. And it's just and then seeing all the work that our partners are doing and meeting the people who are part of the projects that we get to collaborate with, and and I just feel like it's the best of humans, the people that are setting up these grassroots organizations and just running them every day, and the people, when on our social media, when we like highlight the stories of people within those organizations and the people in the communities, it's just it feels amazing to like be the everyday is just so full of the best of humans, basically. I think that's what it is. I don't know if that really answers your question. It
does. And you're so, I mean, what more could we actually want as well, right? I think that's what we're all looking for in life, is to feel like somehow we're in service and somehow we're doing something good and positive, and I mean you guys like totally live and breathe that, and yeah, that comes through, you know, just being in your presence. I feel it. Okay, so how do you think that Choose Love is different from other charities and NGOs?
I think like what we realised, well, like we used to be operational, so we were working in Calais when I was there, and we were operational in some ways in Greece, and I think that what we realised is that the best way to use kind of the platform that we developed and the audience that we were growing and the kind of movement of support was to basically kind of to work with the public to kind of to change perceptions where it's necessary, and to inform people and to share information, and to become as like a source of information about the situation faced by refugees and displaced people, providing ways to help, and in so doing becoming a source of funding for these groups, because we knew that these amazing groups existed. We knew that they were doing the work, that like no one could do it better than the communities themselves, the host communities and the communities of displaced people within those spaces, and so it became clear that what we could do is really focus on talking about these amazing people, talking about the situation, and raising money and shouting about the organizations as well, because I think some other big organizations do have the same model, but sometimes don't want to say this is the name of the group, this is the camp they're working in, whereas we like that's our great honor and privilege, is to be able to, you know, share a platform with the people that we get to collaborate with. So
highlight them and amplify what they're doing.
Yeah, so I guess I don't know if that makes us different from everyone, but I guess that's become kind of our niche, is we think we are good at connecting with people, and we try to, like, sometimes it's hard, but we just try to be good at fundraising, and what motivates us to do that is by seeing what's happening on the ground, seeing what's needed, and knowing the work, like what is facilitated when we do manage to do that.
Well, I think you do a bloody excellent job.
Thank you.
And so following on from that, I guess one of the ways that you have done that and built such an incredible platform is through lots of connections with celebrities, right? In the same way that Jeans for Refugees has, they have lots of celebrity connections. Do you have any good celebrity stories for us today?
I don't think I could say any
Okay,
of them.
fine. Thought I'd ask anyway, but
I'll say you after.
to keep them secret. Fair enough. Okay, so finally, what is your biggest inspiration working in this space?
I'm gonna just repeat something I've already said, but it's all the different people that contribute to it. It's every single person that, like, I'll cry if I see a donation come through of £5, because you think that person hasn't got loads of cash, but they've chosen to give £5. That was probably I'll cry now. Controlling myself, really.
Kids
that doing bake sales.
Yeah.
It's like the kids doing bake sales. It's like, it's just the beautiful creative ideas people come up with, like different ways to help. People running like 1,000 miles, and they're doing it, and you think while they're running, they're thinking, I'm doing this to raise money to like do my bit. It's all of that, and then again, the people running the projects on the ground, the like understanding of the like the deep systemic inequality that there is in the world, and again that thing of just wanting to do something. Oh my gosh, I can't now remember the question.
No, you nailed it.
I was like, I can't remember the question, but yeah, there's like it's that it's like having found something that I feel that I can contribute, and that we like to this collective thing of choosing love that so many people are doing, that we're kind of maybe at odds with some of the powers that be, but we're just all doing what we can, and that feels good.
From the ground up, exactly, grassroots. Okay, so that follows on again nicely to my next question, which is, how can people really embody this sense of choosing love of course, donating and volunteering with you guys, but is there any other ways that you can do that in your everyday?
Yeah, I think one of the big things is it's getting it. We have our moments. There's moments where the media talks more about the situation of refugees and displaced people, but and I think it's becoming less stigmatized as a subject than it was kind of pre-Brexit when we started. But I would say to conversation, like being, and talking to people who you know about it when it might feel like not really the thing that they want to hear about or talk about, like just bringing it up, sharing information, just letting people know what's going on, sharing articles. We always say, like, sharing social media posts, it's the reason we exist is because of social media. We, us as an organisation, and the reason we've been able to raise the money that we've been able to and exist as we do is because of social media. So following us, Choose Love, the Worldwide Tribe, following and seeing who we're posting about and following that, like that's how you fill your feed and your mind, I think, with information, with good news, with reality, but also with loads of different ways to help. I think, another thing that is kind of when we started, I didn't really believe that writing a letter to your MP could work and was important, but I see now it's so important. When you see that signing a petition, it really can make a difference. It's made a difference to the lives of thousands and thousands of people since we started, when it was Dubs. And so the power of telling your MP that you care, that this is the change that you want to see, even if you don't get a reply, that email gets registered and they can see that people in their constituency, this is something they care about and they want to stay in power. So it's their duty to listen to what people are asking for. So I think that's really, really important to remember. We have this absolute, even though it might sometimes seem frustrating, we do have this privilege of democracy and of this way that we can contact our MPs, and I think using that is a really powerful tool.
Let's do it. And you make it easy through your page as well at Choose Love. There's lots of templates often, isn't there, of ways that you can easily contact your MP. It doesn't even take, it takes minutes, right?
There's like a pre-written email, so you just enter the details in if you want to. Yeah, exactly.
So go and do it, basically. And Philli, I just want to say thank you so much for being here today and all of the work that you do and that you have done for the last 5.5 years. It's inspirational to me on a daily basis. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you for all that you do. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Next up, an interview with the incredible Gulwali Passerlay, author of The Lightless Sky, over on the sofa. It's such a pleasure to be sharing the sofa with Gulwali Passerlay, author of The Lightless Sky, about his journey to the UK as a child refugee and a long-time friend of mine. Gulwali, welcome to the studio.
Thanks so much, Jaz. Great to be with you.
Yes.
I'm a huge fan.
Oh, me too. The feeling is mutual. Well, I know that people should read the book to find this out, right? Sure. But can you start by telling us a little bit of an overview of your story, who you are, what you do, and how you got here?
It's a little philosophical, but okay.
I know. Let's start deep, shall we?
Sure. So, The Lightless Sky is 120,000 words. And to tell you briefly, I was born in eastern Afghanistan many, many years ago. We did discuss the age thing, but age is just a number. But I was born into a family where my father was a doctor. I had a good upbringing. I spent most of my time with my grandparents in the mountains as a shepherd. We had a nomadic life. It was great. And then since 2001, when the war started, our life changed. And not only mine, but the lives of millions of Afghans. And our home in our country became a war zone, and that's why a few years later I was forced to flee alongside my brother. And we made a hellish long journey for safety to get to the UK, about 12,000 kilometers that I had to travel through before making it to Britain. And that's here we are. But I went through, the smugglers, the traffickers took me on, and along the way I've experienced imprisonments, deportations. A lot of cruelty and inhumanity, particularly from smugglers in authority, but also kindness and humanity from volunteers, from strangers and people in the countries that I went through. And sadly, in most of these countries that I went through, I was unwelcomed, except Italy. But then by then I knew I needed to get to the UK to be reunited with my brother, who was separated early on the journey. There's a lot in the story, but yes, I go to the UK. It took me about a year. Got here, started at the age of 12. Got here at the age of 13. So it took over a year.
And once you made it to the UK, a whole other journey began, right? One ended, but it's been a real process of integration and getting your asylum claim, and you cover that in the book too as well, very beautifully, and that really opened my eyes to what it's like for people once they arrive here.
So my intention with the book was that at first I wish I didn't have to write it. I wish I didn't have to go through the experiences that I went through, but I wanted to make sure that readers understand from in details from A to Z how I became a refugee, my life before becoming a refugee, and how that's just a legal definition. I am more than that. I'm a son, I'm a brother, now I'm a husband, I'm a father. So there's more to me than just being a refugee. But I wanted people to see the experiences of my childhood, but also the experiences of the journey, and then really importantly, what happens when I got here. Because a lot of the time people think you got to your destination, that's the end. But actually, this was another battle, another struggle, and perhaps a little more harder than the journey itself, even though the journey was a hell. Spending a month in Calais, which felt like 3 months, the humiliation, being arrested by the police almost on a daily basis, being harassed. It was cold, it was muddy. But go to the UK, yes, I was physically safe and secure. The local authority in Kent, the Home Office, they were trying to, they were providing us with food and clothes. Physically, I was protected and safe, but mentally, I was, treated as a suspect, as a criminal. I felt unwanted and quite dehumanized. So the bureaucracy was making me give up hope. I did not lose hope on the journey of a year, trying to, hoping to find my brother, not let my mothers down who sent us for our safety, and just had hope and faith that things will get better. But when I was in the UK safe and secure, things became so bad that I thought there was no point to life. And so I explained that in the book, and how it took me about 2 years to challenge authority over my age dispute, that they did not believe I was 13. Yes, I admit I looked old. I still do, because of I grew up in a very winterist, harsh environment of Afghanistan, and also the journey has made me age, and I also had to grow faster to survive, because the journey is not easy. And there was very little understanding from the officials who were age assessing me in Kent, the traumas that I went through and the experiences. They just said, you can't be 13, you couldn't have traveled across half of the world on your own. And it was a very bad experience, actually, of just 5 strangers sitting around a table for a few hours interviewing me and then telling me I'm a liar. And sadly that happens even now, 14 years later. A lot of Afghans are age disputed. And then it took me about 5 years. Actually, it took me 2 years to challenge the age dispute, and also the Home Office didn't even believe I was from Afghanistan, so they disputed my nationality. But there were a few occasions they wanted to deport me to Afghanistan, but I was like, well, you don't believe I'm from Afghanistan, then why you are deporting me to Afghanistan? So there was a bizarre situation. And then it took me about 5 years to get my refugee status. The experience at the start was not very positive, but later on I was fostered by a wonderful couple in Bolton, and I was able to find my brother, to be reunited with him. I was able to go to school and do my GCSEs, and then go to college, do my A-levels, and so on, and then do my studies, going to university, which I never really imagined and thought would be possible for somebody like me. So yeah, after a few years, my life has become quite fulfilling, and I've been able to make a difference, to contribute to society, and to make the most of the opportunities that I had. And that's what I've been doing, campaigning and advocating for refugees to have the same opportunities that I had, and want them to to fulfill their aspirations.
So beautiful, and the work that you do is so powerful, because unfortunately things haven't changed much since you got here, right? And you're absolutely right in what you're saying, that refugees and asylum seekers arrive here and are guilty until proven innocent and treated like criminals.
That's the issue.
Yeah, it's really shocking when, as we've heard already today, that they're victims essentially of things outside of their control, right? And they're vulnerable people that we need to support.
Indeed, yeah, they have fled, wars. And if it wasn't for the war and conflict in Afghanistan, I wouldn't have to leave my loved ones in my country. It was not a choice that I made. I mean, it was a decision made by my family, particularly my mother and my grandmother, to send me and my brother for our safety. It was not something that I wanted to do. And I see people sometimes on Twitter calling me, I'm a traitor, I should have stayed and defended my family and so on. I mean, yes, that's what I wanted to do as a child, but the situation was out of my control. The events and circumstances, actually Britain had something to do with it. That's another part of the story. But people go through so much violence, and they see injustices, persecutions, and then when they get here, they had to prove themselves. And as you said, the Home Office start with the assumption that you're guilty and put your credibility under question. Then how do you prove or disprove otherwise? Because they're powerful. If the Home Office say, we don't believe you, they don't believe you. And so last night I was speaking to a friend who's been here for 11 years, and for about 8 years the Home Office would not believe that he was an Afghan. He went to 5-6 different courts. Finally they did accept that he was Afghan, but still wouldn't grant him status, told him Afghanistan was safe. And he was like, there are times where no matter what you bring, they said, well, we don't believe you. Bring expert reports, bring an Afghan ID, saying, well, this is fake, the expert is not good enough. And so when you are faced with that kind of situations, and sometimes unfortunately, the legal system is not in your favor as well, the way things are done, especially if you're faced with an immigration judge. And the Home Office words always weight more than your words. And so for a judge to overturn a decision, they're like, well, how could I kind of agree with you? Even though I have faith in the British legal system, but still it's very difficult, getting the right lawyers, the right support and barristers and so on. So there's so many people still experiencing and waiting for many, many years for their asylum claims to be decided. So I'm one of the lucky ones who got the right support and help and guidance.
And at what point did you decide to write a book about your journey?
I have never really thought about writing a book, but when I was at school, I was doing talks at my school trying to get students and young people to understand how fortunate they were, how we should not take education for granted, and how we had this opportunity, we should make the most of it. Because I find it quite difficult to see how not only were they not respecting, some of the people not respecting their teachers, but actually were not taking education seriously. So I told them about my schooling in Afghanistan, that we used to sit under trees, we didn't have buildings, we didn't have facilities, but we had a lot of respect for our teachers. We wanted to gain knowledge, we wanted to get education. Education was a really important thing, and how there are millions of people across the world, especially in refugee camps, the displaced children, around 30-40 million at the moment, who most of them doesn't have access to education and the things that we take for granted. So I was doing talks at school and then college, trying to get people to be empowered, to be motivated to work hard, to stay focused and respect the opportunities in education they had. When I went to university, I went to Manchester University to do my politics degree. I got an opportunity to do a TEDx talk. I wanted to be in the audience actually, and then I got a chance to speak, which was very nerve-wracking because I was like, I was the first speaker. There was like 1,000 people in front of me. It was really scary, but I did the talk, and then a few months later, somebody got in touch from the States saying, "Oh, your story is really interesting. I can help you write a book." And I thought, why not? And because I always had this feeling. I mean, as an Afghan, it's quite. You want to keep things to yourself. You don't want to share with people. That's like you want to keep things private. And it's perhaps with most refugees, they don't want to talk about their stories and their background because they want to move on and they want to talk about their aspirations and their ambitions. So when I got the opportunity, I thought I wanted to use my negative experiences and my struggles and my pain and my suffering, something positive to inspire people to take action. Because in 2015, when we were writing the book, there was a lot happening with the refugee crisis, particularly in Europe. Over a million people were heading to Europe for safety and protection. So there was a lot of attention to the issue. So I'm glad in a way that I was able to, because there's been a lot of books written by academics, by journalists about refugees. There weren't really one written by a refugee themselves to put their perspectives. So I was fortunate in that sense, and I got help from a wonderful lady called Nadine, who helped me write it, because English is my fifth language. So I would have struggled to put my words on paper the way she helped me do it. So yes, and now it's published in 7 countries in 6 languages, which again I never thought or imagined this could happen. And one day, when I was going through the experiences being in Calais and traveling across the Mediterranean, a boat about to be sunk, I never thought that this experience one day will inspire people to make change.
As if you just dropped in there that it's your 5th language, English. I love that. Gulwali, has your mum read your book?
No, my mum has no idea what me and my brother has gone through. Even me and my brother don't even discuss it, because we don't want her. My mother saved us, but she also lost us. I've not seen her for the last 14 years. A lot has happened back home. I lost loved ones. Newborns has come. I mean, in my wedding, I would love for my mum to have been there, but she wasn't. And so, yeah, she doesn't know the struggle and the suffering that we went through. But I guess in life things happen for a reason, and I don't want her to know how much we experienced on the journey. And then since even in the UK, the early days and early years of being in illegal limbo and being disbelieved. So yeah, she's just happy that we are safe. But I hope to be able to see her one day and to be reunited. I mean, that's the thing. I hope people realize that no matter what I have, I want to be with my loved ones, and that's most refugees and most people who are displaced. they don't choose to be displaced. I mean, I would love for people to come to Britain and Europe to study, to work, and to come here legally and safely. It doesn't have to go through the journeys that we went through, but unfortunately there isn't many legal and safer pathways and routes for people to do that.
Very, very well said. How do you want the world to see the refugee crisis and the journey that you have been through and people who have experienced what you have?
I think, particularly in Europe or in the West, it only becomes a refugee crisis when it hits our borders. The crisis has been happening. I mean, the crisis is really a crisis for refugees and asylum seekers and migrants for themselves rather than for us. The only reason Britain and Europe did something, or this became a debate and discussion in 2015 because people were heading to Europe. There are about 80 million displaced people in the world at the moment. About 30 million or so refugees. The 50 million displaced people are internally displaced. So there are about 8 million Syrians displaced inside. There are about 5 million Afghans displaced inside Afghanistan. They go from city to city, from region to region. So not everybody leaves the country. And when people do, they usually go to the neighboring countries. So most of the Syrians are in Iraq, in Jordan, in Turkey, in Lebanon, and the Afghans same. They've been in Iran and Pakistan. So there's a small number of people who makes the journey to Europe, makes the journey to the West, and we seem like the whole world is coming here when in fact it's a very small number. Mm-hmm. So my message to the world is that we need to take things into perspectives, try to put ourselves in the shoes of these people. These are fellow human beings who has suffered, went through situations and circumstances out of their control, not a fault of their own, and we should be helping and supporting them because it's our moral duty, and perhaps also as government, it's the government's legal obligation to protect refugees. And I just think it's a humane thing, humane thing to do. I feel like if somebody was suffering and somebody was going through pain, we should help. That's a human thing to do. But I guess there's been a lot of debate and discussion about not welcoming refugees and seeing them as a threat, fearing them. And politicians in the right-wing media has been quite weaponizing migrants and refugees. And we see it with Brexit, we see it in the US with Trump. That's quite unfortunate. I think nationalism is dangerous. And we have to realize that people don't flee their homes. This is the last option. This is the last thing that people do. Anyone, for example, I lived in Bolton and in Greater Manchester for about 10 years, and I've traveled across Britain. I've been to like 20 countries and so on. But I felt quite uneasy even leaving Bolton and moving somewhere else, because where you spend time, where you live, where your family is, you don't want to move unless you have good reason to. And so I recently moved to Northamptonshire because I wanted to be somewhere in the middle, and it felt quite strange. And so there will be people watching us. I hope they understand that even in the UK, they might not move from place to place, even though they have the opportunity to do so, but they will do it for work or for business or other reasons. And when it comes to refugees, they don't have a choice. I mean, we're living through a global pandemic now, and I feel like refugees and asylum seekers have been living through this pandemic for years. There's been restriction on us to travel. I mean, asylum seekers in the UK are not allowed to work. They have to live on £5 a day. I mean, we could go on and on. I just feel like I want people to be educated. I want people to be aware. I don't think we have an excuse to be ignorant because there's so much information out there. There's some great refugee organization supporting refugees. Go and check them out, like the Refugee Council, Refugee Action, City of Sanctuary, Care for Calais. Listen to your podcast, Worldwide Tribe podcast, and read The Lightless Sky. There's other books now. People are coming and writing their stories. So yeah, we have no reason not to be aware of people's and their experiences, and we should, if we can't help and support them, at least don't be mean and miserable. Don't be racist to them. And I'm glad in Britain, I think people are very generous and kind, but there is a sizable minority, particularly on Twitter, who are mean and miserable. And I just think, I wish they put themselves in our shoes.
What would you say to those people? Put yourself in your shoes.
Indeed, it's hard for them. And again, some of these people who are who have this racist view and see us as they have so much hatred and fear. Most of these people have never met a refugee. Mm-hmm. They just hear it from the media, they hear it from politicians. And if you go on the Home Office Twitter feed, and whenever they tweet something, you see the things people say. It's unbelievable. I never thought one day I will see this in the UK, because I thought Britain was a very accepting and tolerant country. And to see the fear and hatred, especially now people are free and sitting at home and just wants to blame us for their problems. And I mean, it's not my fault. There's COVID now. Actually, there are people who are blaming, the new variant in Kenton, blaming them on asylum seekers. I mean, they scapegoat the evils, the society, the problems and evils in societies and migrants and refugees. And again, that's just very unfortunate, and it's not true. There's so much misinformation out there. And again, I say, people want to educate themselves. There is so many resources that they could find and educate themselves and find out about the figures, because some people think, everyone is coming here, we are overrun. These people are invaders and threats to us, as I was saying. But in actual fact, less than 1% of our population are refugees. There's a lot people say that, why don't these people stay in other safe countries? People say, oh, I didn't know France was not a safe country. Well, actually, France may be safe for British tourists, but it's not safe for refugees. And also, to be fair to France, France has taken a lot more asylum seekers than we do. Last year, for example, France had 150k application or more, and Britain had about 35 or so. Germany had 170k, and Greece had more asylum application. Italy, Sweden, Spain. So when you put things into perspective, we do very little, and we don't play our fair share. I mean, we spend money. We give money to the French police in Calais to harass refugees, to burn their blankets and take away their shoes and tear gas them with our taxpayer money and build fences and walls. But we haven't worked on finding alternative routes, humanitarian corridors for these people to come here, because there's a small number of people in Calais and Dunkirk usually who wants to come here for reasons of family reunification, for reasons of cultural, linguistic, and also because they're sadly unwelcomed in the rest of the world, in the rest of Europe. And I just feel like we need to be sharing this responsibility with the EU, with the rest of the world. And I think we need to be leading in this humanitarian crisis, because we can and we should.
Gulwali, do you feel at home here?
That's an interesting question. So I've been here for the last 13 years, and I definitely see Britain as my adopted country, as my kind of second home. But I know for a fact that when I go back to Afghanistan, whenever that is, I will not feel at home there either, because it's like I'm torn between two places and two cultures. So we wrote the updated version of the book last year or the year before, and I was thinking about this idea, whether I feel British or Afghan. And I thought, if a country produces men, I'm a product of both. And so I do feel at home at times, but especially when I see comments on social media or on articles that I contribute to, it's quite hateful and hurtful and unwelcoming. But ultimately, Britain has given me a lot, and Britain has given me safety. Usually I say I'm grateful, but some people say to me, look, you don't owe it to anyone, you shouldn't be grateful. But I do feel a sense of gratitude, even though with the struggle that I had at the start. But I would not be where I am if it wasn't for the opportunities and chances and people who have supported me, helped me, my foster parents, my social workers, youth workers. So yeah, I do. And I think the idea of home, it's not I don't think it's a physical thing where your home is. It's more of a feeling.
Mm-hmm.
So certainly in London, I feel at home. In the UK, I feel at home because I know the UK better than I know of Afghanistan. I mean, I've been to about 200 places, towns and cities, and I have been welcomed by people, by strangers. I've done talks in the last 5 years, like over 300 or so talks. And so I certainly feel at home. Whenever I'm traveling back from elsewhere in Europe, and whenever I travel to the States and stuff, I always say, I'm going home. Even though it's kind of strange. And whenever I'm talking about like the UK, I unconsciously, I just say we. It's like, our government, or, we should be doing more. Even though I don't completely see myself as part of the society, because I'm not officially a citizen yet. Even when I am, there may be some people who will not see me as citizen because of the color of my skin, because of my accent or whatnot. But there are people who would see me as citizen, whether I'm a citizen or not officially. And I definitely think that, because I've been contributing to the society, been working hard, paying my taxes, and being a good citizen, I feel like, yeah, I belong. Even though some people might not want me to belong, but I definitely think. And of course, there are days where I feel like, what's happening and what am I doing with my life? But it's strange. I'm torn between two different identities, cultures, languages. And so, especially now that I have a little girl, and she was born here, and she's she's a British citizen, and I had to wait for it 14 years, which is kind of annoying. So I do feel home in the UK, and I hope that continues.
I hope so too. I'm very grateful to you for sharing your story with us today. It means a lot. I can imagine that it's not easy to keep telling it and talking about it. It must bring emotion up for you every time.
I think when I'm telling it as a story, it's just a story, but when I like think about it deep down, it makes me upset. But it makes me upset more when I see that there are still people stranded in Calais. There's still people living in Dunkirk in terrible conditions in the winter, and I see people, stranded in Bosnia and being treated badly by the EU and by Croatians, like the external border. People living in the Greek islands, overcrowded camps, and we saw the fire in Morio and the situation in Lesbos, and chaos is terrible. I visited Greece a few years ago, after many years actually. For the first time I went back and I saw the conditions, I saw the people with the same hopelessness and helplessness on their faces. And so yes, to be honest, what happened to me. It's like, it's not a big deal for me, but I wish and hope this wasn't happening to other people. When I went to Calais back in 2014-15, when I was able to travel for the first time, I saw children as young as me there. I saw a young boy who was 8-9 on his own. He was unaccompanied, and it was heartbreaking. And so there's still people stranded across the EU borders in terrible conditions and inhumane conditions, and they use as a political tool by policymakers and decision makers, in Turkey, in the EU, and elsewhere. The situation in Libya is very, very bad for people being, tortured, and people being sadly enslaved in 21st century. And I feel like, the EU shouldn't be making deals with countries like Libya and Turkey, and for refugees and migrants to be used as a political tools, and for countries. I mean, there was time last year where President Erdogan was, threatening the EU with opening the door and allowing refugees, as though we are a threat and a national security problem to be solved. And that's just, it's concerning. And I think the way things has been moving with Brexit in the UK, and the way how we see with the Channel crossing recently, and the media reporting on it, and again, because people think, we have so much issues with COVID, and we have struggles with the economy, and there's other pressing issues, and just they want to find somebody to blame. And I think, asylum seekers and refugees are the easy target. And again, the government said the reason they put people in the barracks instead of putting them in a reasonable accommodation was because they wanted to show toughness. And I think the hostile environment hasn't worked. We've been detaining people indefinitely. We're the only country in Europe to do so. I mean, people who go through all the experiences they go through, they come here in hope of safety and protection, and then we put them in a prison without charge, without going to without being criminals.
Without any evidence.
Exactly. And then we don't give people the human decency, like the agency, to be able to work and to provide for themselves. And we just, we get people to somehow manage and live on, £5 or so a day and £36 a week. I think they increased it to £39 now a week. How do you do that? And again, there's very little support and resources available around mental health. I mean, for example, early on, you were speaking to Claire from Calais. They used to work in Calais. Now they're working in the UK because there's a need. And the government hasn't been taking on their responsibility seriously. I feel like it's great that there's NGOs and civil societies and people helping out in charities, but it's the job of the government. We are the 6th richest country in the world. It's not really about money. It's about political will. It's about doing the right thing. And that's what has been missing. And I just hope people realize and understand that, we could do a lot more. We should be opening humanitarian routes. We should be opening legal and safer routes, particularly for unaccompanied minors in Europe, and especially people who want to come here for, they may have good reasons to come here. And we should support and help host countries who host refugees. I mean, Britain is, I could go on, but Britain is cutting aid to countries, like Yemen, countries like, Syria, and countries where there are huge humanitarian crises now, hosting, big refugee populations. And I just feel like, yes, I know there's economic constraint and COVID is happening. Everyone has been impacted, but by cutting aid to these countries, we are making a huge mistake. I know this idea that charity begins at home, but we should be able, we are well enough to help these countries. And how, most of this money goes on food and basic necessity, and we should not stop that, because where are these people going to go?
Absolutely. So, Gulwali, just to finish off, in a nutshell, what change do you want to see happen? I know we've talked about it a little bit, but just to keep it specific.
I think the change I want to see is I want us to discuss this debate not as something sensitive. I want us to have a discussion and debate on refugees and migrants and displacements as a humanitarian issue, and with compassion and with solidarity, and deal with it in a humane way. I mean, for example, I remember I watched an interview of the Swedish immigration minister a few years ago, and she was crying, and she said, look, we can't take more people and we're sorry we can't do this. And the way she was trying to express her views and feeling, and I thought that was very, very thoughtful and touching. I mean, if we are really not able to help, we should say it in a humane way and do whatever little or more we could. We don't have to be hostile. We don't have to be racist and mean and treat people as numbers and statistics and as they don't matter and their life doesn't have value. For example, the other day there was about 17 Afghans were shot dead by either the Turkish border forces or the Iranian border forces. It happens very frequently that the Afghans get drowned, Afghans get dies, and other refugees as well. We had about 25,000 people drowning in the last 5 years in the Mediterranean. These are human beings and shouldn't be happening. And this is preventable death. But policymakers and decision makers in the public needs to push parliamentarians and government to do the right thing. And I think we are fortunate in Europe, in Britain, we have a say. We should use our voices. We should use our vote accordingly.
We have a responsibility.
We do indeed.
Gulwali, thank you so much for sharing that. Anybody watching, I very much recommend reading this incredible book. It was the most insightful account of a journey from a first-hand experience that I've ever read, and I appreciate you for this. I read it just before my Afghan foster brother joined my family, and I was so grateful that I had, because it gave me an insight into what he had experienced coming to the UK. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much for doing the work that you do. I think it's important. We need allies, we need supporters. You're able to help us to get the message across, and I think we just need more refugee voices, obviously, and more stories and experiences. But it's great to have people like yourselves to put their stories out there and to help and support us in getting people to show compassion and kindness.
Exactly.
And to make
compassion.
a difference. Yeah.
Simple.
It doesn't cost us much.
Thank you, Gulwali. Thank you so much.
So let's check out the New York City catwalk showcasing Johny Dar's collection of the amazing jeans.
I'm staring at the bottom of a bottle. 2 shots sweeter than denial. And mama keep waiting on a lotto. Brother's just trying to see tomorrow. I'm watching the time tick, minute by minute. I'm hoping I get what is mine. No more, no less, that's fine. I'm gonna do just what I want. Every night I'll find my fun. Since we losing our mind, I'm gonna take what I can find. Oh, I'm just getting started. Swimming deep in the water. It's my life and I wanna ride it all night long. The pages turning chapter to chapter, living like there ain't nothing after. It's my wave and I'm gonna ride it all night long. Man, I'm just trying to get my head right. I'm praying that I'm praying every damn night. Ooh. I heard my neighbor got shot, but he never rose. Even though his blessed mother kept her palms closed. We living in this crazy world, minute by minute. I'm hoping one day we all shine, live our truth divine. I'm gonna do what I want. Every night I'll find my fun. Since we losing our mind, I'm gonna take what I can find. Oh, I'm just getting started. Money swimming deep in the water. It's my life and I wanna ride it all night long. The pages turning chapter to chapter, living like there ain't nothing after. It's my wave and I'm gonna ride it all night long. So raise your glasses with me right to the sky. 'Cause even when it rains, we're gonna be alright. I'm looking right ahead to better days. So God, show me the hand that knows the way. getting started. Money swimming deep in the wallet. It's my life and I wanna write it all night long. The pages turning chapter to chapter, living like there ain't nothing after. It's my wave and I'm gonna write it all night long. Oh, I'm just getting started. Money swimming deep in the wallet. It's my life all night long. The pages turning chapter to chapter, living like there ain't nothing after. It's my wave and I'm gonna write it all night long. Your fancy shirt next to the hazel moon, the smell of luck, the smell of June. I'm laying next to you. I'm laying next to you. This wave is high, I could live just like this with our arms, give you shotgun kisses till the night is through. We know what to do. Oh, right now I wanna spend time on cheap wine and do things I know I won't regret. Oh my, maybe who knows? I'll find my guts, I'll find my freedom. I'll do things I know I won't forget. Like when we put it in drive and didn't turn the other way. Tank full of gas in your Chevrolet with the dice hanging right off the rear view. Hands to the sky like we used to. Living like we do this every day. Riding dirty in your Chevrolet with the dice hanging right off the rear view. Hands to the sky like we used to. Your bedroom eyes under the Brooklyn Bridge. They make me weak, they make me grin while laying next to you. Laying next to you. My love is high, I could live just like this. Make it bounce, ride a shotgun with you till the night is through. We know what to do. Oh, right now I wanna tell you I love you. Do things I know I won't regret. Oh my, maybe who knows? I'll find my guts, I'll find my freedom. Do things I won't forget. Like when we put it in drive and didn't turn the other way. Tank full of gas in your Chevrolet with the dice hanging right off the rear view. Hands to the sky like we used to. Living like we do this every day. Riding dirty in your Chevrolet with the dice hanging right off the rear view. Hands to the sky like we used to. Will you hold me? Will you hold me down? Will you hold me? Hey, will you hold me down? Will you love me? Hey, will you love me now? Will you love me? Hey, will you love me now? When we put it in drive and didn't turn the other way. Tank full of gas in your Chevrolet with the dice hanging right off the rear view. Hands to the sky like we used to. Living like we do this every day. Riding dirty in your Chevrolet with the dice hanging right off the rear view. Hands to the sky like we used to. Drive and didn't turn the other way. Tank full of gas in your Chevrolet with the dice hanging right off the rear view. Hands to the sky like we used to. Living like we do this every day. Riding dirty in your Chevrolet with the dice hanging right off the rear view. Hands to the sky like we used to. The Brooklyn sun on the windowsill again. On your pillow we begun. Casually, cautiously, I jumped in. The light stayed on. You're not familiar with my skin. You wanna know where I have been. A casualty. You made my mind fall deep in. And it kills me. 'Cause I know what you want. And it ain't love, babe. This ride's just for fun. But when you hold me, I don't know the difference when you're holding me. So don't tell me the truth, don't tell me the rest, don't tell me goodbye. Just give me your sex, love and happiness. So don't tell me the rules, don't tell me the whys, just tell me a lie. And give me your sex, love and happiness. The Brooklyn sun fading slowly with the wind. I'm trying to cover my chagrin, 'cause actually I like the feeling you give. My lipstick on, you take a picture so I grin. Another lie told to the lens, a casualty, because I know how this ends. And it kills me, 'cause I know what you want. And it ain't love, babe. This ride's just for fun. But when you hold me, don't know the difference when you're holding me. So don't tell me the truth, don't tell me the rest, don't tell me goodbye. Just give me your sex, love and happiness. So don't tell me the rules, don't tell me the whys, just tell me a lie. And give me your sex, love and happiness. Take it all from me. Take all that you need. Come and be my friend. Don't tell me the truth, don't tell me the rest, don't tell me goodbye. Just give me your sex, love and happiness. So don't tell me the rules, don't tell me the whys, just tell me a lie. And give me your sex, love and happiness. My face against the sky, my hands reach for the night, and I'm okay, baby, I'm okay. You keep filling up my cup, my heart just might erupt, but I'm okay, baby, I'm okay. I always find myself with you, hey darling, we're gonna get this thing right. 'Cause now this love is too good to me. Ooh, and I like having you around. When we were driving to Mexico, out If I pick a time and you pick a place, could we just escape now? Cause what could I do now if I ain't with you now? Just play me a song as we ride along, my king with his own crown. I'll always find my way to you. Hey darling, we gonna get this thing right. Cause now this love is too good to me. Ooh, and I like having you around. When we were driving to Mexico out on, I wondered where you've been. Playing your stereo, baby, I want it. They say that love could be terrible, a scary road. Don't wanna fall again. When I'm playing your stereo, baby, I want it. We were driving to Mexico out on the road. I wondered where you've been. When we were playing your stereo, I let you know, baby, I want it. They say that love could be terrible, a scary road. Don't wanna fall again. But when I'm playing your stereo, we're moving slow, baby, I want it. My golden gates, your diamond face, this twisted fate here in your crib. You feed me Jack, you blow me Jane, you give me faith, but I can't be saved. Cause this life, this life, this life, this life is my ghetto gold chain round my ghetto gold frame. This life, this life, this life, this life is my ghetto gold green and my ghetto gold dream. You can see me in the corner, I'll be sinning with the Christians, I'll be praying with the devil, I'll be calling somebody's business. And while they busy talking with the fingers and the pointing, I'll be living like I wanna, I'll be living like I wanna. Hey, 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 hey. I'm living my life, I'm a ghetto gold queen. Hey, 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 hey. I'm living my life in this ghetto gold. These rats, they race, smile in your face, act like your mate, then spit they hate. I'm so mesmerized by their disguise as they tell the lies, they drop like flies. This life, this life, this life, this life is my ghetto gold chain round my ghetto gold frame. This life, this life, this life, this life is my ghetto gold green and my ghetto gold dream. You can see me in the corner, I'll be sinning with the Christians, I'll be praying with the devil, I'll be calling somebody's business. And while they busy talking with the fingers and the pointing, I'll be living like I wanna, I'll be living like I wanna. Hey, 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 hey. I'm living my life, I'm a ghetto gold queen. Hey, 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 see me till they see me coming down the avenue in my red coupe. They gon' be thinking of the past, what can they say the same, say the same? No, I got my shades on and I'm doing it, doing what I wanna do. And yet they so mad, wasting all of their time they could've had that. You see me in the corner, I'll be sinning with the Christians, I'll be praying with the devil, I'll be crossing body. And while they're busy talking with the fingers and the pointing, I'll be living like I wanna, I'll be living like I wanna. Hey, 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 I'm living my life, I'm the ghetto go queen. Hey, 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 I'm living my life in this ghetto go queen. Hey, 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 I'm living my life, I'm the ghetto go queen. Hey, ooh yeah, I'm living my life in this ghetto go queen. I'm living my life, I'm a ghetto go queen. I'm living my life in this ghetto go dream. I'm living my life in this ghetto go dream.
Wow, I want a pair of those jeans. Don't forget that you can actually get one of those exact pairs over in the showroom. Next up is a chat I had with Tara Kangarlou. She's absolutely incredible. I hope you enjoy it. And as she couldn't be in the studio today, here is the interview that we recorded earlier. Tara, welcome to Together is Better Festival. It's such a pleasure to have you on board and to have a chat with you today. I wonder if you could give us a little introduction to your work.
Thank you so much, Jazz. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be part of this conversation and great effort that you're putting together with the rest of your team. My name is Tara Kangarlou. I'm an international journalist and correspondent. I'm also the founder of a nonprofit organization called Art of Hope. It's the first American nonprofit that strictly focuses on trauma relief and mental health support for war-torn refugees and vulnerable host communities. I'm also the author of my forthcoming book, The Heartbeat of Iran, which captures the very intimate stories of everyday Iranians who are living in this country that unfortunately is seen through a very narrow political lens. And I put on many hats on a daily basis: reporter, writer, admin for Art of Hope, and all in all, trying to make some change.
It's amazing. And let's talk straight away about your book because it's upcoming in May, right? And I'm very much looking forward to reading it. What was making the decision to write it?
Thank you so much. The book's release date is June 1st. So you're right. People can pre-order right now on Amazon and pretty much anywhere else that books are sold. But I think we all get our books from Amazon these days. So I automatically say Amazon. Yes, folks can pre-order The Heartbeat of Iran right now, and they most likely will get it at the end of May, but release date is June 1st. And Jazz, as you know, I'm Iranian American and I'm an immigrant. And I grew up in Iran, and this is a country of 80 million where for the most part, people outside of Iran hear about it through news headlines and political stories, and the nuclear deal, and the hostage crisis, and things that are not necessarily reflective of the people of this country. So my aim with the book was to capture the colorful tapestry that is the Iranian society right now, and amplify the voices of everyday Iranians. As a journalist, as a storyteller, I've always tried to bridge cultures and barriers through storytelling. And I think this was my way to tell, to share the real voices of real Iranian people with my American, European, and non-Iranian audience through their very intimate lens. And so when you open the book, you have a collection of about 24 profiles of real Iranians living in the country right now, coming from different walks of life, from different beliefs, backgrounds, religious views, sexual orientations, education, anything. And you really, really get to feel, the ambitions and goals and dreams of these people, and ultimately realize that, their hopes and dreams and aspirations are no different than yours. And that was the goal, really. That was the goal that I had with this book, because I always struggled with my own identity, being Iranian, but also being American. And so, how do you consolidate the two? And the fact that I always had to explain myself in the US. Oh, yes, I'm from Iran, and, we don't ride camels, and, it's not all dark and gray.
It's so beautiful and valuable. It's those humans behind the headlines or statistics or stereotypes that we all have, right? And I'm so grateful to you for doing this work, because absolutely it's so important to celebrate our differences, but also recognize our similarities, regardless of
absolutely
nationality, gender, religion, race, etc., right?
100%. And that is the aim of the book, really, because at the end of the day, when you read a story, you want to take a step back and think, I feel that too. I think that too. And this is that moment where you can put yourself, in the shoes of these people in Iran, even though if you're living miles and miles away. And that's the goal, to create empathy and bridge these very different cultures and societies. That's the goal, definitely.
So wonderful. Yeah, I think that, the power of the story is that you can put your step into the shoes of that hero or the protagonist and recognize yourself. So yeah, as I say, I very much look forward to reading it, Tara.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I know that over the years you've been very involved in the refugee crisis, right? And this event is supporting refugees and asylum seekers. So it would be great to hear a little bit more about what your journey within the global refugee crisis has looked like.
Absolutely. As you know, I'm a journalist, and I started my career at NBC in Los Angeles, and then I joined CNN and later Al Jazeera America. And through that journey, I was always passionate about covering the Middle East because of obviously my own heritage and my knowledge of the region. And so beginning in 2014, I started to travel the region heavily, spending a lot of time in Turkey, Jordan, and Lebanon. And as you recall, that was sort of, the height of ISIS occupation in Iraq and Syria. And, there was a large influx of refugees coming out of Syria, as well as, the many IDPs that we're seeing inside the country right now. Again, as you know, there are over 5 million Syrian refugees right now in the neighboring countries in the Middle East, and with many of them here in Europe. Now, my job as a reporter, or any reporter, you go and you tell the story and you capture events from the vantage point of people who are being affected by the crisis at hand. But for me, it got to a point where it was not humanly possible to just go get the soundbite, do the story, and come back to the comfort of my life, because I very much realized that, the only difference between myself and that young refugee woman is that I just happened to be born in a different country. That's it. That is it. And there is simply no difference. And that was the moment that I realized that in addition to the tangible impacts of war and displacement, these people are suffering from a tremendous amount of emotional, mental health, and psychological, vulnerabilities. And in 2016, I decided to create a nonprofit to address precisely these issues, because as a journalist, I realized the lack of support when it came to mental health and psychosocial support for the refugees in the region, specifically in the Middle East, because this is a different conversation, but the topic of mental health is quite tabooed in the region. We definitely should talk about that. But I realized the need and decided to create this nonprofit to strictly focus on this issue of mental health through supporting grassroots, because Jaz, I believe that you need to work with grassroots and locals if you want to have an impact locally. There's no other way. And so I did. We created Art of Hope. It's an American nonprofit. Folks can visit it, artofhopeglobal.org. And we partner with nonprofits and grassroots, very local, in Lebanon. As you know, a small country, a devastated country that's grappling with a horrible economic crisis right now. And of course, there's so much pain after the August 4th explosion. But so we focused there. Lebanon is a small country of close to 6 million with a refugee population of nearly 2 million people, including 500 Palestinian refugees who've been there for a while. So with that said, I decided that, you know what, I want to work in a more challenging environment. And so we started our work in late 2016, early 2017. And we mainly focus on art therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy. We provide training for local therapists, local psychologists, and social workers. And yes, that's been our focus since day one.
So important. I've too spent a lot of time in Lebanon, both in Beirut and in the Bekaa Valley, with Syrian and Palestinian refugees over the years. And I just think it's absolutely incredible that you're the first American organization to be focusing on mental health, because it's so interesting to see that volunteers or people who are working on the ground there, we have conversations recognizing the importance of our own mental health, but to not have access to support when it comes to your health wellness as a refugee or an asylum seeker in this country, it's really, really shocking, and there's a real gap there. But let's talk a little bit more about that. What restrictions kind of did you come up against? Because as you said, I've recognized that too, that it's not so talked about and so open as, in other cultures potentially to talk about mental health. Is that something that has been a barrier for you in that work?
Absolutely, and that's a great point, because if you historically look at the aid that international NGOs and UN agencies provide, it's predominantly on education, healthcare, and emergency needs of refugees, which is, very much understandable. But I think there's been a categorical failure in understanding that mental health is also an emergency need. You cannot distinguish between mental health and health, especially for war-torn individuals and folks who are displaced. So mental health is an emergency need. And in addition, what I've noticed, Jaz, is that donor countries, and I mean, this gets a little bit political, but I think it's absolutely necessary to discuss, donor countries and donors, large donors, want to see tangible results. And assessing and measuring mental health is not as tangible as is to, build hospitals or build schools or, give this much health kits and so on and so forth. So that's also a challenge when it comes to creating a cohesive and scalable approach in dealing with mental health needs in emergency spaces. And second, I would say mental health in general in the Middle East is incredibly taboo. It's not talked about. People don't recognize it. And in addition, even in ordinary setups, it's privatized. So it's not something that is scarcely available to the population. And so the mix of these challenges, and the third is the lack of professionals. There's very few professionals in the space that are actively working to provide mental health needs. I remember I was having a conversation with a dear friend, Dr. Sahlul, who is Syrian American and focuses on a lot of medical support in Syria and around the world through his organization. We were talking, and he said something around there are only a couple hundred psychologists and psychiatrists in Syria, and that is just mind-boggling. So a couple hundred in a country of millions of people, that's just not enough. And the same in Lebanon. So there are many challenges, but I think change has to come from somewhere. It has to start from somewhere. You mentioned that we are the first American nonprofit that focuses on mental health for Syrian refugees, and that is true. And I think right now more and more aid organizations and nonprofits are trying to figure out a way to tackle mental health. And I think much of that has to do with our own state during the pandemic. I think once it hit us here, in US or Europe, they suddenly realized, oh my, it's important. We need to focus on it. And you can just imagine, what these people have endured. And it's not something that has been dealt with. They're one-off programs in the field, and they're not adequate. But I always say, having something is better than nothing, but how can we turn that something into real, tangible, scalable impact on the ground?
Incredible. And let's talk, you mentioned a little bit about supporting grassroots groups through
Yes.
the power of grassroots groups, and a time when I really recognized that. There's been a few times in my last few years that I've really seen that in the response in Europe to refugees arriving on the shores in Greece, in Calais, but also post the explosion in Beirut in August. I was there not long after as well, so maybe we crossed paths at that time. But
I know.
What was amazing for me there was that I was so overwhelmed by the people power of people coming together to support one another in the city, right? Let's talk a little bit about that, about why it's important to support grassroots groups rather than these large NGOs that we've maybe all heard over the years.
Absolutely. Exactly. I went to Beirut right after the explosion because I wanted to assess, the grounds and see how we can provide the psychosocial support that we usually do, and also do some emergency aid work with our local partners. So I was there right after the explosion, and absolutely, it was civil society with small NGOs coming together to, bring back this broken city together. And I think that's reflective of the lack of, competency of obviously the government, but INGOs. I mean, there's a lot of good that INGOs and certain agencies do, but at the same time, it's not enough, and the resources and money that they have and spend can be spent more adequately and effectively and efficiently. And we can talk about that for hours. But the importance of grassroots for me is because I spend a lot of time reporting on these issues. Again, I'm a reporter, I'm a journalist. And when you get to the core of the issue, and when you get to report on something over and over again, and realize the fundamental need is lack of cohesion, lack of support, lack of basic connections between entities, then you realize, okay, well, then you need to start from the ground. And that's really when I came to contact the incredible people that I work with Art of Hope. I did stories on, education, healthcare, political stories, and this and that. And I got to meet these amazing social workers and small NGOs who are doing great things in Baalbek up north, and one in Beirut, and one in, Bekaa, whatever. And so for me, it was, okay, how can we tie all of them together? How can we bring them together? Because they should be coming together and they should be focusing on this. And so that was my contribution to this, recognizing the need and taking action by using the local force. Our budget with Art of Hope is so small, it doesn't even compare to anything that any big organization does. But our work is effective. I mean, right now, Jaz, with the pandemic, considering everything that's going on the ground, starting in December, we supported close to 60 children, Syrian refugees, as well as vulnerable Lebanese and Palestinians who were not only affected by the blast, but also had previous trauma. For 3 months, we provided art therapy, CBT, and so on, and with our local team of 4 people, because they knew what they're doing. They needed to be supported to do the work that they do, and it only takes that recognition to work with resources that you have on the ground and organize them. So I guess to put it all together, my recognition of working with grassroots came from my work as a journalist and recognizing the needs, and also realizing that there's so many gaps within the INGO space.
Yeah, I mean, I commend you so much for recognizing
Thank you.
it all together. I'm grateful to you. But you mentioned your journalism. Let's go back to talking a little bit about your career as a journalist. I know that you've reported on many difficult situations, often with, completely unprecedented access. Are there any moments that really kind of stand out to you in your career?
My goodness.
Question, isn't it?
Jaz, I always wanted to be a journalist and a storyteller. I think much of it came from my inherent desire to tell my own story, coming to America, coming to the US. And so trying to explain my own identity and my own background as an Iranian. And I realized the need to bring people together through storytelling and reporting on issues that connect us together. And I think ultimately that helped me in my work. As I mentioned, I focus on humanitarian issues, conflict, the Middle East. And with that, I always kept empathy on top of the agenda. Of course, you have to be an objective reporter, accuracy, fairness, all of that is key. However, for me, empathy was always there. And so whenever I go to the field and meet people, I feel a true sense of humbling. You're humbled by these stories. The fact that people are sharing some of the most intimate and personal details of their lives. The fact that you're connecting with them at some of the most challenging instances that is affecting their livelihoods. And I remember I was in Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh covering the Rohingya refugee crisis, which to this day is a catastrophe. And I realized that, I remember meeting a mom who lost her husband, 3 of her children, and she was crying nonstop. And she had, 3 other children with her. And I looked at her and immediately saw, the many Syrian refugee moms that I've interviewed, or the many Iraqi, refugees that I've interviewed. And again, there's no difference. And I lost my own father about 10 years ago, and dealing with grief and loss is something that you would never be able to forget. And so tapping into my own empathy has always enabled me to be a better listener, and therefore be a better journalist, I would say. So, instead of giving you a very glossy, happy moment in my career, I would just, leave you with this, that it made me be more empathetic as a human being, and I truly value that.
So essentially your own experiences, your own story, your own sense of belonging and home and family, and that actually has helped you to relate to people across the world.
Absolutely.
Tara, and a lot of the themes that we talk about in this event and that we talk about through the Worldwide Tribe are themes of belonging, and what it means to belong, and what home means to us, and being welcoming to one another. It's basic stuff, really, but we seem to forget it as we
absolutely.
And you talking about this mother in the camp in Kutupalong in Cox's Bazar, it makes me think that everybody that we're talking about here, instead of using the word refugee or asylum seeker or migrant or immigrant, that, you know, thinking of people as a mother, as a father, as a brother, as a sister, as somebody's son, somebody's daughter, you know, everybody was a baby in a mother's arms at
Of
one
course.
time in their lives, right?
Absolutely.
So yes, I really appreciate you for bringing this up. Let me think if there's anything else that we need to talk about before we go. I think it's very important again to just mention that The Heartbeat of Iran is due to be released on the 1st of June, right?
Yes.
I'm very, very much looking forward to that, and for any listeners here too. But is there anything else that you feel that we need to share today? I think we've done a good job so far, haven't we?
Thank you. You've done a great job asking me questions. It's usually the other way around. No, Jaz, I think we tackled some very key points. I think you know, a lot of folks usually ask me in the US or UK, how can we help? How can we take part in supporting you know, asylum seekers or refugees and so on? And I always say, use what you have and do what you know you can. And that is really key here. Understand the needs, educate yourself, don't recreate the wheels, and try to associate yourself with small organizations and small nonprofits that focus on issues that you care about. I always say, you know, I'm not pushing you to support Art of Hope because it's my nonprofit and it's something I'm passionate about. If you're passionate about water, for example, or environment in, you know, wherever in the world, go find that local grassroots that focuses on that and support them. Don't just blindly throw money at, you know, some large organization that you don't know. And so I always encourage people to educate themselves and really take part actively in supporting small grassroots. And the second is, Jaz, it starts at home. Like you said, it starts right here at home. We need to be kind, empathetic, and welcoming people, because ultimately, factually speaking, there's really no difference between anyone in this world. And I think the pandemic has made us realize that even more in sort of Western world. And so putting that on the forefront of your daily mindset would inherently make you have a larger impact on the livelihoods of these folks who are suffering. And with that, you know, for anyone who wants to take a look at what we do at Art of Hope, you know, they can go on our website, like I said, artofhopeglobal.org, and my book, The Heartbeat of Iran. You can find it pretty much anywhere that books are sold. And anyone who wants to get in touch with me is so welcome to do so. They can go on my website and register and write to me and get involved with our efforts with Art of Hope.
Tara, thank you so much. It's been so great to connect with you today.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me. Likewise. And congratulations to everything you guys are doing.
Next up, we've got a film that's very important to me. I'm really happy to be able to share it with you today. It's called Mother, and I hope you enjoy it.
An attempt by migrants to cross the Channel from France has resulted in tragedy after 2 adults and 2 children died when the boat carrying them sank. French officials say that 15 others have been taken to hospital.
We've heard today that a teenager, a 16-year-old, has been found dead on a beach in Calais. We believe that it's a migrant from Sudanese descent.
I just remember how cold the water was when the boat capsized. That's all I could feel.
I had never seen the sea before. The darkness of the water surprised me.
I was very, very scared. Our smuggler told us not to move around at all. None of us could swim. If I go in, I'll die. The only thing that we can do is hold each other in tight and pray so we don't drown. This is the house that I arrived 5 years ago. The taxi driver was trying to find the house and everything, and then he pulled up over here, and I was literally standing here, same, and then I didn't know what to expect. I don't know if it's Eritrean family or English family. When they opened the door, there was a lot of happy people, welcoming, very nice. The happiest day of my life.
On the day that he came, we'd all been waiting, and there he was. His eyes were, full of trauma. I just wanted to put my arms around him and tell him it would all be okay, that he was safe now. I've now gone through the process 3 more times with the other boys, and each time it has brought me so much joy.
My mum, this family means literally everything to me. It feels like a dream.
I didn't know these boys 5 years ago, but now they're my sons.
As soon as I got to this house, I feel connected to them just like that. We all love each other, respect each other. This is what I love about this family.
I feel happy, safe, and I feel loved.
I love having all my family at home around a big dinner table. And there's always space for one more person. I'm not just caring for them, I love them.
Wow, what an incredible family. That was so touching and inspiring.
So next up, we've got another Worldwide Tribe film. It's called Before I Was a Refugee, and we shot this in Athens, in Greece. And the idea of this film is to highlight that the word refugee is not a character trait, right? It doesn't mean make you who you are. People are human beings, and they had lives before being a refugee. They will do after, and they do during as well. So I really hope it brings that up for you, and I hope that you enjoy it.
I'm dentist from Kabul.
I'm mechanic. I study agriculture engineering.
Yeah, I was studying university.
What did you study?
Energy.
I'm engineer.
Sure, driver.
Mother?
I work with British Army in Afghanistan. I was a cable guy. A job in boutique and fashion, man and women. Yes, center Baghdad.
My life, it was good. I don't have economical problems. Just I have my life problem.
First, I have dignity in my country. This is first. Second, I have respect.
Our life was so lovely. We have everything in our city.
I feel more comfortable in my country. But because of war, I escape.
But now we don't have anything because the war finished.
It's very difficult to live without family. Without family, you just like a lone tree. No one can help you. No one can care you. Iraq problem. Iraq no good. The family in Iraq, no family, finish.
We try to forget what happened to us.
We try to do something to, make better, just football or some hobbies.
We play cards, we play chess, we go to swim, we do, but just to make time goes. Just we want to finish the day. Nothing more, nothing less. But not to have fun because nothing will make us happy here.
We are just waiting for a bright day. We are waiting for a bright day. I know this is a night. It's a night. One day will become a bright day, and we are just waiting for the bright day.
Wow, that film really gives a real insight, a proper perception that we just don't see on the mainstream media. I'm really grateful that I've seen that.
Next up, we've got a film called Diaspora. It's a worldwide tribe film that we made to, I guess, highlight the rich tapestry of stories when it comes to the refugee crisis and people affected by migration. I very much hope that you enjoy it.
يعني المستقبل يبقى في غموض، كل يوم يحدث حدث جديد، لا نعرف المصير، يعني يبقى خوف.
There's civil war in Middle East everywhere.
When you lose everything, you need everything.
You will not know who will try to kill you. Everybody fighting everybody.
Why people have to pay, and why the borders closed?
I'm always worried about this point, and my body is very tired.
I don't know what would be my future and what is my destiny.
It was a very tense environment. People were extremely desperate.
These children are coming all the way from a war-torn country.
It was not because I needed money. I left because I needed my life.
Over here we have the boat houses. So the wooden backboards are the backs of the boats, and the tarps on top are the actual rubber from the boat, so it keeps it waterproof. We're reusing the materials. And over here you'll see one of the engines that the boats come in on. Because of the amount of people on the boats, they can't really be reused. Plenty of times I've had to swim around the back of the boat and, turn the engine off. Hey! Lesbos took about 650,000 refugees out of the 1.1 million that entered Europe. So as you can imagine, it was, pretty crazy here, and there needed to be a space for vulnerable refugees. Anyone who has any illnesses or they're sick or pregnant, disabilities, LGBT. The worry about Pikpa being closed down is that there is no official or unofficial space that looks after vulnerable people. So essentially what the municipality and the government are saying is that the vulnerable people are going to be put along with everyone else. That's the scary thing, because there are people here with mental health conditions, people here who have lost whole families out at sea.
I had a normal life, beautiful house. I'm a student. Imagine if
this will happen for you. I don't like to happen with you, but imagine. Any person, imagine if he has anything and lost everything. I'm worried about now. My mother, she can't take care of me. She's very tired, not like before. My father can't walk now, and he can't walk by border. The only way to bring him here to buy land. See, he always cried on the phone, told me, I missed you, I missed you. When he cried, I cried with him. I don't know how I have to do.
I was not playing to make people happy or to listen to me. I was playing like I'm trying to cry with my music. All the way, everywhere. I was playing in the train, when we're sleeping, when we staying somewhere. And even the police was coming to listening because they said, oh, why are you playing? I said, this is the Kurdish instrument. Sometimes I feel shame I'm here. Your brothers dying, sacrificing themselves, but you are here and asking to someone helping you. When I was being arrested 2 times, they were asking me, they said, you're working against the French government. Well, it's not true. And they said to me, why you try to helping people to settle them in the camp? So I said, if I'm not doing that, who will do that? This is our office. I'm opening. He was 17 and he tried to go to UK on the axle of lorry. He was stayed on the axle and he died. For how long we have to sacrifice him to crossing the border?
There is one of the kids, he's 15 years old boy. We are going to meet him in hospital because he's shot by plastic bullets from the police in his head. So we are going to meet him and see how is he.
He said when we were trying to go to England, so we stand there for the tracks come, and suddenly a small police car come, and after a big car come, and they're starting firing in us, kind of bullets. It's come in my head. Then I say I not understand what happening with me, and I was bleeding, and it was smell gas, yeah.
When I come here, I started a restaurant. I was a representative for Afghan community here in the jungle. Then I see there is a lot of kids that they have problem in here. There was about maybe 500 and 600 Afghan kids under 18. They don't have clothes, they don't have someone to talk with their language, someone to give them good information. So I start this restaurant, this kids cafe. And now they can stay here. This is a safe place. We can say a safe place more than anywhere in the jungle for the kids.
It's a little bit like a sort of home from home as much as possible, where they just come and sort of hang out. It's normally packed with loads of the unaccompanied minors. They've made lots of friendships. It's a really kind of nice space where they all come and play pool and watch telly and joke with each other and eat. So we try to show the kids different authorities, like Red Cross come regularly, and the psychiatrist from MSF comes, and so just introduce them to people where they might be able to go if they need any help.
Right now they become like friends. like a family. They're trying to give information and helping each other.
There are 1.4 million Syrians living in Jordan. So this country really is in need of help, but I've just been amazed and bowled over at how generous they've been, opening their doors to these millions and millions of people in need.
كان الأدوات قديما الأدوات يصنعوها من قش القمح والشعير، فينسجوا فيها أوعية. هاي واحدة من الأوعية اللي مخصصة لوضع الخبز، يعني هيك هون ينحط خبز. هذا جرن الكبة، كل بيت المفروض يكون فيه لصناعة الكبة يحطوا القمح واللحم ويدقوه بهذا الشكل. طبعا هذا كله مشان يعني بس حفظ الهوية السورية يعني.
Staff here, they are Syrians. When I say staff, I mean we call them officially volunteers, teachers, case managers, facilitators, all the people who provide immediate support to children.
The first thing we try to make the children forget the past, forget the war, forget the blood, and you know.
لما جيت على مخيم الزعتري عانيت من صعوبات كبيرة بسبب كانت الأوضاع صعبة في بداية المخيم. ما استطعت أكمل دراستي، انقطعت عن الدراسة لمدة سنة بين الدراسة بسوريا والدراسة هنا في الأردن. بس الحمد لله رب العالمين قدرت بعدين أكمل دراستي وأتوجه على المدرسة.
بدنا نحاول إنه نساعد البنات الطالبات حتى ينسوا الآلام المعاناة في الحرب ويشعروا بسعادة وأمان.
أول شيء حلمي إني أرجع على سوريا، ثاني شيء إني أحقق أحلامي إني أكون صيدلانية، كمل دراستي وأطلع صيدلانية.
قررنا نغادر أملاً أنه ما نتأخر وإن شاء الله نرجع في أقرب وقت. ولكن لاحظنا أنه الحالة عم تتطور للأسوأ، يعني توقعنا أنه نذهب 10 أيام فقط ونرجع مباشرة.
These refugees, 5 years ago when they came here, this was a desert, you know, and then this camp grew organically. Organizations coming, providing different supports, and it grew.
They came to the camps hoping that they're here on a temporary basis for perhaps 6 months max tops. But now they've been here for more than 3 years now. So it's really disturbing to see that day by day, they're losing their hopes.
I was crying every night whenever I saw the news. I thought, I got to get myself there. I'm a teacher, so I started to provide tables and chairs for children and to do some work with the children. And the children, as soon as they saw the tables and chairs, they shouted, school, school. Just before I left, I promised that I was going to come and open a school for them. And here I am. We have 440 refugees, Afghans mainly, and right now we're teaching a bit over 100 children a day. Salam, what you playing? You're playing cards. I think a lot of the parents who just arrived at the camp, they don't know that the school exists. And every day we're getting new students, between 3 and 5 students every day.
I've got this group of 6-year-old boys. They've obviously been through like a lot of trauma and they had a lot of pent-up aggression and they were just like strangling each other literally, and you're just thinking like, what am I going to do? And now just from 1 week of classes and schooling, and you know, they come in and they say salam and they shake each other's hand and they might have got out their book ready to colour.
It's not just setting up a school and providing them with education, it's
allowing the refugees to run their own school in the end. We're giving them the infrastructure.
We're trying to integrate the community, and we have a principal who is a refugee.
در امی سال که 2015 میگن از ما سال 1394 میشه. امی سال در آخرای سال مرا به حساب باز هم طالبا به حساب اخطار دادن که تو به حساب وظیفه را اعلام بدی تو همراه دولت کنم رابطه داری چی گپ است. ولی من وظیفه را به حساب اعلام نکردم. یکی از روزا طرفای شب بود، میرفتم طرف خانه، در دم رایم استاد شدن، مرا از موتر پایین کردن. یک موتر خودم شخصی داشتم. گفتمی کار که تو به حساب گفته بودیم رها نکردی چرا؟ من گفتم چون خدمت به وطن است، ما وظیفه ماست که به حساب خدمت بکنیم، به حساب وظیفه. گفت نه با دولت کار میکنی، از من کدام گپ هست. خب اینجا گرفتن مرا مورد لطکوب قرار دادن.
How are you, Tamin? Yes, salam. Tamin is a very precious member of the community here. Hello. She's my favorite baby.
We have a very nice life in Afghanistan. Nice house, nice home, nice car, everything we got that. But unfortunately, I want to stay alive. I want to stay alive with my family. I want to support my family. But unfortunately, we can't do it here.
I am here with my entire family, my mom, my parents, my Down syndrome brother, my wife, and my beloved newborn son, Mustafa. We were 5, but thanks God, but we are now 6. I'm gonna show you my parents' tent. This is my parents' tent, and he is my brother. He lost his eyes, so he's Down syndrome and blind and suffering with this heat. She's my mother. She is teaching in school voluntarily here. So here is all the tents that the families are living here. All of them are full. So I left a country that is not secure. So that was my motherland. I would love to live there, but the situation comes something I said that let's leave.
طبعا في البداية طلعنا بسوريا كان بسبب الأوضاع الصعبة، كان هناك قصف دائما، قصف مدافع، أحيانا اقتحامات، اعتقالات، يعني الحياة تقريبا شبه معطلة صارت، ما في دراسة، ما في حياة نظامية، دائما في خوف، في رعب من المجهول.
The major reason I left my country is my minority. Like I'm a minority in Pakistan, and like I belong to a province which is called Balochistan, and that province is in the situation like same like Kurdistan, because we are divided in 3 countries. Like one province is in Afghanistan, one province is in Iran, and one is in Pakistan.
أنا طلعت من سوريا مضطرا مش مختارا، يعني قاومت إلى آخر نفس لحتى ما أطلع، بس لما تعذر استمراري، يعني صار استمراري في سوريا يعني إني أنا يعني أقرب إلى الموت من الحياة، يعني ما ظلش في قدامي فرص نجاة يعني.
You know, there is an Afghanistan war, there is 2 groups. One side is government, one side is Taliban. If you work with any one of them, you have problem with another group. If you work with Taliban, you have group problem with the government and American troops. They come and they bombing your houses, your village and your people. If you the same, you work with the government. The Taliban do the same.
I was traveling from Logar province to Kabul. That I got attacked there with a magnet bomb. There were 4 in the car. Me and the driver and 2 more to the back seat. 5, 1 more to the back of the car. So when the car exploded, I came out this position from the front glass car. So I break the glass. So with my head, you can see the scratches, the scars here. With my this hand, from here to here, my hand was totally cut. I've seen by my own eyes, my blood was pumping the blood like water. It was going. Yes, and here, this part, see, I have a scar in my leg too. In my shoulder. So So 3 of them were dead, except me and the driver. We did survive.
It was for safety, Syria, before the war. I was a student in university, Damascus University. It's so famous, it's so old, it's beautiful. I have exam, the last exam in the season, not in the year. I was waiting for my friends. They study biology. I study law. Yes, I was waiting for them. After that, the explosions, bombing, and I saw my friends flew in the air. I shocked, and after that I found training. I woke up in the hospital. I couldn't walk after that. They make for me every test and everything. They said the brain is normal, spinal cord is normal. We don't know what happened to you. It's very rare condition. After that, I was so sad, so tired. I entered in depression.
Unfortunately, I work in a security company in Afghanistan. Unfortunately, one of the day, they kidnapped my son.
Where's my hair?
Before I got 3 babies. Right now I have 2. My first son name was Anil. Anil, they kidnapped outside our house. They kidnapped him, and they called me. You come here. If you didn't come, we kill your son. We're talking together with my family, with my father and mother and brothers. They called me again. Tamim, do you want to come or no? You don't have time, just 1 hour you have time to come us. And if you don't come, we will kill your son. I again talking with my family, how can I do, father? What can I do? What's your idea? And they called me again. He said, you can find your son, your dead son. He was dead, not alive. You can find outside your house. When we go to check inside the pocket, that was very, very bad. They all cut his neck and they put him in water. He was dead.
So finally I said, enough is enough. I need to live. I need to live with my family. I don't want to die.
If there's any choice, you are not able to make a choice. Because people fighting to keep their life, of family, of your friends, of your relatives.
In my belief, I think God created us on this earth to live, not to die, not to withdraw from it. So we should try our best to continue our life, to save our children.
Before it was the same like Adil. He's 3 here, and that time Anil was 3 here in Afghanistan.
This camp was a response to a gap that was left by the authorities here. So the arrivals were so much that they were overflowing from the Moria compound onto this hill. So a whole bunch of independent volunteers set up a camp here, providing shelter, food, water, dry clothes, medical supplies. People can come and get advice on asylum claims, they can get advice from lawyers, they can get any type of information they need.
So I have been 5 months as a volunteer, and I started my volunteer work on the very first hour I arrived in Moria camp.
He was so keen to get stuck into the work around here. You know, he came and he was like, cool, what can I do? How can I help?
Because I'm a human being, I have a personality back home, and I wanted to keep that personality, so I thought instead of sleeping in a camp and asking, like begging for some food, begging for some clothes, why don't I help people?
This camp, as of today, is closing officially. This is because of the new EU Turkey law, which has criminalized boat arrivals, and the inside Moria camp has turned into a detention center. And I think that's losing a lot here, because I mean, this was a happy place of exchange between volunteers and refugees, and an environment where these refugees can you know, almost help themselves and build up their own resilience. It kind of gave them, you know, some sort of semblance of control and dignity back. You know, the authorities at no kind of level, you know, show any sort of you know, indication to work with us, or to acknowledge that, you know, that they are leaving these gaps which we are having to come and fill.
I mean, the military have taken the camps over. They're under-resourced, understaffed, under-financed. They also have a different approach, not necessarily a very human approach. That's going to mean that the vulnerable people that are in this camp are going to be put into the same kind of places without anyone thinking about their, you know, their mental health or their well-being in general.
At the moment, if I go for my asylum, they will detain me and they will send me to Turkey back. And if I go to Turkey, I believe they will ask Turkey to deport me back to Pakistan, and they will arrest me and maybe kill me.
Unfortunately, I don't know my future here. Then some people have money, they are giving by smuggler to the other best countries. You know, the situation of Greece is not good. This, we can't find work here, we can't stay alive here.
الوضع بأسنا كتير سيء، في ناس عم بتنام بالشوارع. يعني أنا يعني حظي كتير حلو إنه قدرت أمن مكان نام فيه ولو مكان عشوائي. يعني اللاجئين بيجوا من الجزر وبيبعتوهم على العاصمة بدون ما يأمنوا لي المأوى. بيكون عندهم مقابلة أو بيعطوهم خيمة ينصبوها بالشارع. يعني الوضع سيء على كل العالم.
محتاجة ارتاح، محتاجة استقر أنا وطفلي ووضعي الصحي. عم بالشوارع كنا عم بنام أو عم ننام بالشوارع، ما عم يساعدونا.
من مكان لمكان، لا بيت لا سكن، ننام على الأرض. أكل ما في للأولاد. يعني دكاترة ما في، عندي 2 مرضانين من أولادي. ما في حكمة لهم، ما في رعاية، ما في شيء.
At this moment, I don't talk about everything. I need just security, safe, peace, no more. Some food, water, tent like this. Even we are in 21st century. It's shame when you ask about food and water. It's shame for humanity.
فتهريب من الداخل للحدود التركية أمر صعب يعني، ومخاطر كبيرة من محافظة حما لأدلب للمناطق اللي بتسيطر عليها الفصائل متشددة النصرة.
Hiding from police, walking in mountains, walking in forests, walking in desert, then having a taxi, going in the trunk with 5 people, 4 people in a trunk, 15 people in a car.
I don't have wheelchair, and I can't bring wheelchair because the wheelchair will make sounds and the Turkish army will hear the sound. So my brother's friend, he carry me.
سافرت أنا لحالي، سافرت أنا وأولادي لحالي، ما معي حدا، يعني ما حد ساعدني. أنا كنت عم دافع عني وعن أولادي.
My wife was pregnant 7 months. She didn't eat almost for 24 hours whenever we were crossing from Iran to Turkey. I was almost to lose my wife.
I'm stuck in Turkey about 2 weeks in a refugee camp. Is about 2,000 people in small building. People sleep in the toilet.
The journey itself is very stressful, you know, with the smugglers and the actual physicality of the journey, being on a boat with 70, 80 people, you know, rough seas.
And the people were sitting here, like 59 people. The boat was jumping on the water and turning the boat back to the Turkey and just playing with us.
One of my shocks was all these kids who were so scared, coming out of the water so scared. I thought, like, all these children, I'm not going to be able to swim when they're adults.
We arrived on the beach and we could see that there was a boat coming. As we were out in the water, we couldn't actually see it because it was very dark, and it went silent, and then we just heard all these screams, harrowing screams from like children and mothers. As we were about to swim out and take a look, we kind of saw the boat coming through the darkness. It was kind of tilting towards one side, the water was coming through. And you know, we managed to get the boat on the shoreline with all the other volunteers. He picked up a child by the leg, upside down, who was trapped underneath all the people, and he didn't look conscious.
You know, they put him down, and the doctors went around him and you know, performed CPR as best they could.
He was so young and so small, and you know, there's a lot of people crying, a lot of people were upset.
My friend who speaks Arabic, she was, you know, speaking directly to the mother and really trying to calm her down. And I remember, because I was just kind of, at this point I was standing there, you know, the doctors were with the boy over here and my friend was with the mother over here. And you know, I mean, I was completely helpless in that situation and I felt completely useless in that situation.
You know, having nights like this continuously, it takes, emotionally, it takes it out of you, and yeah, it's an extremely difficult situation.
And the boy survived, luckily, because the ambulance came and he got taken to Athens and he survived.
It's a strange situation because these people, they're coming, they're escaping war and oppression. Sometimes boats come in and people are really happy, you know, they feel like it's their new life starting and everything has been put behind them, but you know, little do they know that they get to Europe, they're not made, you know, they're not very welcome, and they actually have probably some very hard times ahead of them, and a lot of them don't know.
Coming into Piraeus port and seeing thousands of people sleeping on the floor, pregnant women, old people, with nothing, hardly anything, no water, no food, anything.
They've often walked to the border at night time, single file, carrying elderly and injured.
I wasn't have anything, no money, no clothes, no food, no home. I lost my passport, no documents.
تركت رفقاتي، تركت أهلي، تركت مدرستي اللي هناك اللي كنت أحبها كثير.
My life, my friends, my family, my country, my people, my respect.
My mom is there, my brothers are there.
أنا متزوج، عندي طفل عمره 1 و8 شهور. اجبرت يعني إني أطلع وأتركين.
ما ضل عندنا شيء، يعني بيوتنا راحت، أهالينا راحت، ما ضل شيء.
I lose myself. I lose myself. That's all I can tell you. I really lose myself. I don't talk about money because money go and come, but I lose myself.
الشجر، البيت، الأقارب، الجيران، يعني فقدنا أحباء كثير في سوريا، وهذا لا يعوض.
So I just got an SMS saying that Sikandar had been arrested. The police had come and arrested him. The police had just come in and sort of raided the restaurants. I think probably as an excuse. Not very happy about the jungle being here, would like to demolish it, and they don't have very much power to do it at the moment, so I think it's a health and safety issue being used to, well, intimidate people. They arrested a lot of the shopkeepers, took away the stock, and they actually took all of the food out of the kids' restaurant and arrested Sikandar. So.
So basically we're having a demonstration about the situation here on the island and the way that they're kind of detaining people. Everyone's just coming together, everyone's pissed off really at the fact that the way the situation's being dealt with. No one really knows what's happening or who's getting moved where or who's getting moved when, and the people have rights, and it's not just about complaining about the situation and what it's like in there, it's also about recognising that they do have rights and that those rights they're not really being given to the people.
Right to claim asylum. If you have family in Europe, you have the right to ask for family reunification. If you are from Syria, Iraq, Eritrea, Bahrain, Swaziland or Central African Republic, you have the right to ask for relocation.
Today, police come and they arrest me, and I go to police station. And they are asking, "You're doing business?" I said, "No, I'm not doing business, and I'm just helping the minors, the underages, and I give them food." Yeah, they come here and they arrest some restaurant owners and some shop owners, and anything you had in your restaurant and your shops, they take it and they put it in garbage. They completely clean it my restaurant, take everything. People come and sit in the restaurant, they charge their telephones, they eat here, and from the shops they're buying their stuff, what they need. Right now, if they're not shops, they're not restaurants, they will go to the city, and in a crowd, they make a crowd in the city, and again make problem for the city people, I think. It was better to have your shops and restaurants.
It's supposedly a place for the kids to feel safe, and then when there's fights or police raids and things like that, the feeling of kind of powerless really when you're trying to protect them, and in fact you can't do very much really. We're doing like a tiny bit, and a lot more needs to be done.
They have no idea what's going to happen to them. Sometimes people leave, they go off to the border and try and cross. And then they come back, they have to come back. So we meet again, and I hear more stories.
None of these people that I've spoken to have any idea of when they are going to return. There is no visible silver lining to this, absolutely.
ما كان خروجنا لأوروبا هدفه مادي بالأساس، يعني هدفنا ندور على وطن حر يحترم الإنسان، نعيش بأمان، نعيش نحن وأسرتنا بأمان. هذا الهدف الأساسي.
إني ألاقي مستقبل نظيف لأولادي، إنهم يدرسوا ويكملوا دراستهم، يعيشوا بأمان. يعني نحن هربنا من تحت الضرب، ما هربنا مشان نقعد هون نحن بمدارس، مشان نقعد ببيوت مع أولادنا نأمن لهم مستقبل أحسن، مو بمدارس على الأرض عم ننام.
A lot of these people have skills, they're lawyers, doctors, teachers, civil engineers. Use these people's skills so that collectively we can move forward together and actually, make our own situations better.
I will work in restaurant, I will work in municipality, I will just broom the roads, but I don't want charity. I will work. I will make my life much more better. I will work for my lovely son. I am his father. I have to support my son. Why should he have to be left under these circumstances that I don't want to be?
When you read about this stuff and when you look at the images in the media, there's so much kind of like victimization, and the pictures are always of people who are so desperate, and that's obviously how you engage people, but they have so much more agency than the media affords them, and I think that's been, for me, the most sort of striking thing about it.
I want to be judged in United Nations. If all the doctors in the world, they told me you can't walk, I will fight to walk. And always in my dream, I don't see myself in the wheelchair. I always see myself walking, and I will walk and become judge.
My mom was like encouraging me. She said, because you talk in English, even if it's not well, good, but you can help. Helping your people. It's like to comfortable myself, because I was feel shame all the way that I'm coming, to escape, to not fighting. But here, helping with people, it is the same, like you're fighting again for your rights.
The kids, when they tell me, Sikander, you're a nice man, you're helping us. As you will see after when the kids come here and they give me a hug and they will tell me, thank you very much. So this is giving me energy to work more.
The most proud thing when I'm dreaming is I feel like, come on, today I helped this much people who were really needy. And maybe I don't change my clothes for weeks, but I give people clothes, which is really proud for me.
So this was nothing, and now it's looking like it might be something. It's not much yet, but it's a fig tree. Just in a few months we've watered it, surrounded it with seagrass and whatever mulch we can find, and now yesterday we made the tire garden, and that's going to be a teaching garden. And if you look around the camp, you'll see all these tire gardens.
Most of people here send their children to school day by day. Every day you can see fathers, mothers take the children to their schools and wait them outside the school to take them back to the house. And they hope to build another future for Syria, better future. By education, by culture, by degrees, by teachers, doctors, this thing will build our Syria. This is what the people believed in here.
One teacher told me, I know what is my biggest wish here, and I expected something, you know, like some specific kind of training or some topic that she needs supported. She said, I would like to see green trees. It's been 3 years that I'm here and I haven't seen green trees. She is a psychosocial worker. So, you know, she needs to provide the psychosocial support to students, you know, and she herself, her biggest wish is to see green trees.
We didn't imagine that the circumstances or the situation will be in like this way. Nobody knows in Syria, well, it's gonna happen, what's gonna happen now.
The Middle East is a place where there's still a lot of war, and there's going to be a lot of displaced people, and they're going to try and get somewhere safe. I think they're going to still try and come by the sea. If that fails, they'll find different, probably more expensive ways which benefit the smugglers.
Every person who has a human heart will say you deserve asylum. Wherever, I don't care either it's Germany or Greece, I don't care either it's France or Sweden. What I care, I should be under the protection, and at a point I could call my family. Instead of running every 6 months in Pakistan, they should be in a safe place with me.
As I see it, it's day by day getting worse, you know. It's day by day getting worse. There's a lot of refugees in here.
How will it unfold? It will depend on changing the culture in our politics.
Until the proper solution is put in place or something that works, this is not going to stop.
Jordan is doing a fantastic job given the kind of economy that Jordan has. So why is it that bigger countries, more progressive, more economically well-off countries, why can't we devise better solutions?
You know, whatever happens with the refugee crisis, they will be okay because they can look after themselves. They're discovering resources in themselves they may have never had to find. So there's going to be some amazing people come out of these camps in the end.
What's happening in the Middle East is not related to the Middle East, it's related to everybody. It's even related to UK because we share in humanity.
حلمي أمن مستقبل منيح لابني وولادي اللي بدهم يجوا. هذا حلمي إنه يعني إنه مستقبل منيح له، يرتاحوا ما يتششنطوا مثلنا، ما يتبهدلوا مثل ما تبهدلنا وصار فيهم، ما يصير بيهم هيك.
يعني يبقى خوف من المستقبل، ولكن نتأمل لما ننظر إلى الأطفال تعود لنا الابتسامة.
I mean, wow, that just gives so much more insight and story, and it's just, I mean, I'm quite bowled over by that. I've learned so much.
Oh, thanks, Steph. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Next up, a film from our incredible partners Choose Love.
Wow, this collaboration for this project has just been amazing. I mean, getting Choose Love on board as well.
I could not agree more. They're awesome.
Yeah.
So that just about wraps up Together is Better. Thank you all so much for joining us, and don't forget to stay tuned to the Jeans for Refugees Instagram, jeans.for.refugees, for the giveaway winner announcement, which will happen tomorrow.
And if you'd like to make a donation using the donate button, then please do go ahead and do that. Every penny will go to the amazing Choose Love and Worldwide Tribe organisations who are supporting refugees worldwide.
We'd also like to say a huge thank you to all of our incredible guests this evening and for everyone who has contributed to this production. It's been absolutely amazing to see so many people coming together for this cause and in such creative and inspiring ways.
And thanks to each and every one of you who's been watching, dancing and rocking out at home. We hope you've enjoyed yourselves. We definitely have. And thank you for all the love and for reminding us that together is definitely better.
Thanks also to all of our partners, to the amazing Brand Lab for creating the Jeans for Refugees showroom, to Fade Films for producing us, and to Dance Culture, of course, for making it possible to stream this experience worldwide.
And a special thanks to Johny for creating Jeans for Refugees and painting all those gorgeous jeans. For everyone who has donated, and to Choose Love, Worldwide Tribe and Care for Calais for coming together to share your passions and purpose with us all.
We also want to say a big thank you to all of you out there who are still believing and acting for a bright future. To all of those staying strong and inspired and not losing hope despite these crazy and challenging circumstances. We love you all. And to anyone watching who needs support, please do stay tuned, stay connected and get in touch. We're a worldwide tribe. That means that everybody is welcome and everybody matters. And if you'd like to get involved personally in Jeans for Refugees or with the Worldwide Tribe, feel free to reach out. All the contact info is below and we would love to hear from you.
So thank you again, beautiful people. Remember, it's one love. You put that peace out there, respect each other and dance hard.